back. So, we were just talking, previously we were talking about the significance of this 69, Stephanus number 69 in the Phaedo. The fact that we are concluding the doctrine of Socrates about philosophy that he's giving us on the last day of his life, his defense of philosophy, what philosophy is and how to live the life of a philosopher. And before he moves on to say, well, whether or not it worked, did I convince you? Did I convince you better than I convinced the jury who are killing me now? That's the next section. But before we move on to that, we want to nail down the end of it. The conclusion should be significant. This is the whole part of the parts and the whole of the text, how to read. Last time we looked at a Shori translation, and one of the footnotes says, oh, he's not being as meticulous as Aristotle would be. Well, he's wrong. The kind of meticulousness follows the logos, something which Aristotle didn't get. And in a tradition in our human history that follows the lineage of Aristotle and not Socrates, it's a different kind of a game. What's the difference? Well, Aristotle was dry. It's very meticulously putting things into categories. Very stupid. A lot of people get into philosophy and psychology because they're interested in themselves, their state of mind, the nature of their being, the nature of their relationships. Almost always people find themselves disillusioned because it's very dry and mechanical, treating people like stupid freaking robots. That's Aristotelianism. Stoicism, materialism, those kinds of things that neglect the mystical, which is interesting because Socrates is specifically saying the true inspired, hey, many are the staff bearers, many are people who call themselves mystics, but few are the actual mystics, those are the true philosophers. It's a mystical tradition, and as part of a mystical tradition, it has an initiation. How does an initiation come? Well, does somebody blow some dust in your face and whack you on the head with a bamboo stick? No, that's ridiculous. What's our method? Understanding. Logos. What isn't it? Reading a textbook like Aristotle. Okay, if it's not Aristotle and meticulous textbook, what is it? It's a fun game. It's the best game in town. It's a puzzle-solving game. All the way through this series, we've been talking about being a philosopher following the Logos is a kind of puzzle-solving quest. In fact, it's the archetype for the hero's journey, the true quest. So, what would the initiation be? A kind of riddle. And we saw in the Phaedo, at the end of his doctrine, he said, hey, here is a riddle for you. He used the word riddle. So we are trying to solve the riddle of what using the Logos, because initiation wouldn't be, some fireworks. Oh, I can do that actually. Some fireworks. Or some confetti. Where do fireworks come from? Some fireworks. And then whacked in the head by the guru, and then some special dust blown in your face, and then everyone dancing around. That is a kind of initiation that we would see in media. But of course, the method is the Logos. So it would be a Logos-based initiation. What does Logos involve? Solving riddles. How do we solve riddles? Well, like we've been saying. This. The philosopher, not just the staff bearer, but the true mystic. How's that picture? So how do we solve the puzzles? Like, what's our metric? What's our paradigm? The Logos is the paradigm. Seeking excellence. Here we go. The philosophical adventurer. You know me?
You're a wizard, Harry.
Yeah. Seeking excellence. Fundamental. And then how do we do it? Look for sulfur terms, key terms. Develop hypotheses, carry them in a sack in your inventory. Develop questions, hone the questions, polish them up like a great sword. Sharpen them up. Create your own mythology of what you're doing. You should actually add to that the significance of What's this? Oh, yeah, it's intelligent and intelligible. That's great. Add to this. Okay, let's make some room. Okay, let's throw it in some here. Okay. Yes, it's like science, but not. But we can also add in a dialectic. Move the question sec over a little bit. Dialectic. That goes in a sack. Take some dialectics with you. Develop the dialectics as you go. Develop your skill trees. Keep turning about, repeating, reflecting. Why? Because each time you reflect, you'll have more of this. You have more logos. You'll see more puzzles. Sewing everything together with this sewing needle of infinite truth. And that's what we're doing now. Okay? We're jumping into some other texts so that we can somehow address this riddle. First, we have to discover the riddle. Then we need these material to take with us to solve the riddle. We need this material to realize there's a riddle. Hey, certain key terms jumped out. Initiation. What's initiation to do with? Mystic tradition. Well, surely it has nothing to do with being a philosopher. Yep, he said it is. So we whoops. Staff bearer. So we have our true staff. Many are the staff bearers, but few are the inspired. How would you draw a staff? That. There's our wizard staff. He can be holding on to it. What? Okay. Welcome back to the chat. Oh, okay. So we've got a question in the chat. But just to finish the introduction to this section, we are using everything we have here to discover that there is a mystery given to us in the text, and we are using it to solve that mystery. And specifically, it's being called a rite of initiation into something mystical. That's true philosophy. It involves purification, perfection. If we don't, we will die and we'll lay outstretched in the mud. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So we're going to be reading this whole section again in a different text, different translation, to see if anything comes to light about this riddle and how to solve this riddle. This is the most important thing. Everything we've been reading of this text has been leading up to this moment.
Wow.
And then we'll go on in the text to see whether or not it worked for the others and why not. And then what Socrates does in response to them. If he has gone through this initiation, this purification, this perfection, through the dialectic and through this initiation, what can he do with his friends? How will he not only function in relation to his own death, how will he function in relation to his friend's idea of death? That's what will follow. But everything that follows is based on this. So you could say, in terms of the text, this is the definition. This is the thing itself. And then how he relates to others is self to others. Or how this doctrine affects others, we will find out now. How did it affect Simmias and Cebes? What's their mythology about death, and how does it differ from this? So important. If this is your destiny, this is what everyone is here to do. It's so significant. So self to self is this doctrine. Self to others, how it affects Simmias and Cebes. And then others to others, how Socrates responds back to them. And then others back to self. The end of the text will be whether or not they respond to philosophy in a new way. And at the end of the text, what do we do? That's what we're doing. Now, question in the chat. What's your opinion on how to deal with guilt and regret? Okay? So, as philosophers, we want to move from opinions to understanding. How do you understand guilt and regret? Okay, and we also, as understanding follows the dialectic in the logos, we want to look at how guilt and regret manifests. Let's apply that very same thing we just said about the text, following a structure. What is the structure? Let's write it here. The same structure we've been doing all the way through, the dialectic. Self to self. What can you say about the thing itself? The thing itself. Itself. And for this text, we are calling it the doctrine. The doctrine of philosophy and how to live well and the destiny of man. Doctrine. Doctrine. How to live and die well and how to do philosophy. Okay? Self to others is the next category of 4. How it functions. How it affects. So, did it change their mind? How did it affect Simmies and Seebies in the text? Simmius and Seebies. How do you spell it? Simmius and Seebies. And then next, others to others. Maybe that's how. So relate amongst each other. So that would be how Socrates responds to Simmias and Seebies. Soc's response. And then others back to self. So how does Simmias and Seebies and us relate back to philosophy and life, work, and our destiny after all that. So our new relationship to philosophy, and hopefully we'll have benefited and it's been useful for us. Okay, so we are nailing down the doctrine first before we move on, but we are getting an example of this in the chat. One of these levels is guilt. So there is a functioning of guilt. So we would ask, okay, what is it specifically that you are curious about understanding with guilt and regret? Is there anything you want to understand about it? Do you want to remove it? How does it function in your life? Have you established guilt and regret as a cause? Because maybe you are talking about it because you've recognized that guilt is something that is then functioning towards you and affecting you. Makes you sad. And then it affects how you relate to others. And then you are wanting to go through some process so you can relate back to your guilt in a new way, so you can understand the nature of it and maybe even its cause. This is how we would make it specific to you as a human, because you're a human. It's a human feeling. So I'm guessing guilt is how something functions towards you, which means you have a certain belief or perspective, a certain belief that then relates to you as causing guilt. And that affects how you can live your life, others to others. Sad. And then our question is, can we look at this in a way where you can learn something new that gets you to relate back to your belief in a new way, having seen how it functions, that's demonstration, by the way, how it demonstrates itself and how it divides into your life. And then if you can go through this process of the dialectic, you can relate to your belief or the cause, go back through the causal chain, see this belief. So that would be what we would do. So a negative feeling, guilt, regret, anything negative, could be just an indication of what would be a state of mind that points to a certain logos that either leads to your goals or points to something you have yet to solve. You've got a puzzle you have yet to solve, and your soul won't let you move on without solving that puzzle. So we are going through the logos of the Phaedo, and learning exactly how to live our lives and how to live well and how to die well and what philosophy is. But a feeling might come up to say, hey, no, I have this other thing, this other unsolved puzzle I've yet to solve, and it's going to jump in. That's the anti-logos or the pathologos. And how does it jump in? It affects your state of mind. So we're learning two ways of dealing with this. One is a kind of purification through separating yourself from the body and experiencing something more real, being. So whatever was the cause, let's go. So this can also be understood as a causal chain. This causes this, and that affects that, which then causes this. And then so on and so on. So it's a causal chain. There are some fundamental belief or logos that you have yet to address that's manifesting itself in guilt. Now, if you simply, if you do this dialectic, which can separate your attention away from these distractions, you can separate yourself from the body, experience a different state of being, in which case, all of those things that you felt guilty about, I'm no good at this, I'm no good at that, I should have done this, I should have been born wise, I should have known everything already, yada, 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 yada. You will have been separated from. So in a sense, you will purify yourself from the power of your problems. Which then, if you apply yourself back to the logos, you'll be able to do philosophy better and then do what you're supposed to be doing, which is understanding the nature of reality and your soul and the self in this quest. Okay? But we have been learning that that's only half of the game. Why? Because for each of the virtues, we have a diminished version. Okay, so we've been talking about the virtues. Where are they? That have their, here we go. You can develop a kind of, so the four virtues, temperance or sound-mindedness, courage, wisdom, and justice. You can develop a kind of excellence, a kind of phronesis, by mastering some of your pleasures, only to get good at other pleasures. So you're still mastered by your pleasures. You can have a kind of courage to take on the things that you most fear, but you still fear them, especially death. And you only accept death out of necessity, but you still fear death. So you lack an understanding and a will to approach being. And you're not desiring being, but some of your physical pleasures. Okay, so there's a understanding and some sort of seeing of being. And of course, we got from the Republic, the one that has the appearance of wisdom or has a shadow of wisdom, is able to, what did we say it was? Make a bookmark. Let's not get off topic. Has a certain seeing, of course, but also a planning and an understanding in relation to the body. Seeing, planning. Let's spell it better. Planning and understanding. That allows them to, which is a kind of, again, another kind of phronesis. Add that in as well. Kind of phronesis. Because this will help us get clues about what phronesis is. But it's not directed towards something it should be. In fact, it's directed towards the body. So we can say, this is directed towards the pleasures of the body. This is directed, is not motivated by understanding and will. And this is not directed towards being. So we're developing a list of what makes the shadow of the virtues not actually virtue. But seeing well, understanding well, and planning well, and having a mastery allows a certain kind of something. Seeing? Is phronesis seeing? Is phronesis planning? Is phronesis, maybe it's a single-minded use of your attention? Something like that? Okay, so why do we care? Well, if our way of solving or purifying ourselves from the problems like guilt that arise from a false belief about the self is to directly encounter the truth about the self in being, it does alleviate, but not to the degree of, it could be a shadow of purification. Which is why we want to do it in tandem with that which also perfects. So, our question is here, what is missing? What is missing from the true virtues? What is missing? We can make a list. Logos. You are not desiring the logos. Fear, understanding. Will, it's out of necessity. Seeing, planning, and understanding, but directed towards the body and not directed towards being. So these are the things that are missing. Logos, understanding, will, being. Being as one's focus. Right? Specifically, these are things that are said to have one's focus on the body. So what does that mean? Well, we want to add those into the question about what of my problems? What of guilt? Well, let's apply the dialectic. There is some cause of guilt that affects you as guilt, that has some consequence on your life, so that you'll see it play out in certain ways. Oh, I can't talk to this girl I like because I'm too guilty. I can't apply for the job I want because I'm guilty. I can't have the relationship with my son that I want because I feel guilty. That's how it affects. So this is the next part of the thing. And then finally, It affects how you relate back to yourself. How do you relate to yourself, specifically the false self? Okay, so self itself, what's the cause? Self to others, how does it function? Others to others, how does that, having been affected in that way, how do you then relate to others in your life? And then others back to self. How do you relate back to yourself as a result of this? Okay, so as a result, you might hate yourself, or you might loathe yourself. Same thing. You might think yourself is inadequate. You might think of yourself as not meaningful or worthless. All right, this is how you, so it's up to you to populate this yourself. So this is how you, having been affected by this causal chain through the simple four categories of the dialectic, can understand your problem. What are you doing? If you engage in this activity, and again, you might want to go through the playlists on YouTube. I put these videos up on YouTube to learn the dialectic yourself, because this is what Socrates is saying is our method, our way of living well. It's a method of developing our understanding. It's also a kind of purification, because this activity, you are engaged in reasoning and reflection upon yourself. What are you not doing? Running around chasing your pleasures. You're not running away from your fears. You are facing what's the cause. So you are collecting yourself together. You are unifying yourself, and at the same time separating from your physical impulses, desires, fears, and pleasures and pains. Not seeking pleasures or chasing your desires. You're not running away from your pains or motivated by fear of that. Why is that important? Well, those are all things that fell into our category of what the virtues were not. Being mastered by your pleasures, that's not sound-mindedness, that's its shadow. Oh yeah, you can get really good at being mastered by one pleasure that gives you a kind of phronesis, which is somehow the most divine virtue, which is in you already. You can be motivated by fear. There's a kind of courage, as we say it in the world today, which is wrong. And hey, whatever is the guilt is motivating you to do, you can go through philosophy and develop your thinking and planning and seeing really well. But if you're applying it to your problems, your fears, or your pleasures, or your pains, that's not true wisdom. In fact, you are going to get better at doing vice. And as we were saying before, if we are here for a reason to purify ourselves from our ignorance, as well as perfect ourselves in the logos, then there's a reason why you're here to address these problems. Is our purification and perfection from the text, 69c. But if you get better at doing your problems, you might have more work to do in your next incarnation. However, the act of doing a dialectic serves both. To do a dialectic on your problems, whatever it is, guilt is a common one. You are perfecting yourself in the logos. Why? Because you're exercising the dialectic, but also you're doing that second thing. So this is part of the reason why Socrates didn't just stop with the separation of the soul from the body. He says that's purification, that's death, that's what a philosopher seeks and practices. But then our question is, well, why did he keep going? Why did he mention the virtues? Not just the virtues, he mentioned the corruption of the virtues. Well, what if you do develop that? Without mastering the virtues in the right way? Will that be a sufficient purification and perfection, or will it just be a temporary stopgap? That if you do that, it might even give more power to your problems. Yeah, if you are able to separate your soul from the body, then whatever was the cause of your guilt, there's something wrong with being a human being and making a mistake and whatever. Of course, in this game, we realize that every problem we should have, the only difference is whether or not we learn from our experiences. Hey, don't be afraid of learning. So don't be afraid of failing so long as you learn. How do you learn? Reflect on what you did, Usia, and how it's reflected to the self. How can you understand yourself from that experience? How do you reflect on yourself? That's dianoia. What's that? The logos. How? The dialectic. Which is what? This. What's involved? Separating from the body. To be able to sit and reflect and understand and think. So, how would we do that? This might be why, it's a hypothesis that goes in our IFSAC, it's in our inventory. This might be why he went from saying, hey, you know what you were after as philosophers? The truth. And self-phronesis, both. Which means not only is it a separation from the soul from the body, but it's also a development of the true virtues. So while this separation of the soul from the body might diminish the guilt because you realize you're not the false self, because you're having a direct experience of your true self, the bright, shiny self in the realm of being, brilliant light of being, the experience of the self, you'll realize that whatever this false self was, that is the cause of your guilt, isn't true. Therefore, all these problems will get diminished. All these problems that make it a question. That's true. But have you solved your problems? Or is that a kind of shadow of true destiny? Have you purified and perfected? Or without doing that, will you still enter the afterlife in the mud? Because he's going out of his way to say, hey, you can do things. You can get a kind of phronesis through fake temperance. And in the Republic, a kind of wisdom through fake wisdom. So there might be something more to do than just realizing you're not this false self, you are this self. But here's the thing, if you do that, this guilt will have less of an effect because you will know by direct experience you're not that which is causing you to have guilt or regret. So it's diminished, which means these things that get in the way. So here we have the false self is the cause, self itself. Self to others, it manifests as guilt. But then that you, having been affected by the guilt, then live in your life. So this is probably why it's a problem. You don't like that it's manifesting in your life. It's limiting yourself from your goals. And also it ends up, you relate back to yourself in a way where you don't like yourself in some way. So these two reasons are the reasons why it's a question. What's a question? Question is fantastic. A question is part of being on a quest. In fact, to have a question is to be on a quest. So you don't want to reject your question. Your question is here for a reason. To tell you something about this. Bong, bong, bong. This. Your question is to tell you something about your false self that you are carrying, that you must have taken with you into your past death, from your past incarnations, that you're here to solve. So you don't want to drop your question. However, you need to purify yourself from your question. That's part of why you're here. You learn something by going through the purification. Part of it, you learn the dialectic, which is good. That's the perfection. But also, part of it, you learn something about what you're not, which is something unique to you. No two people have the same problems. Yours is unique to you and your soul's development. So you don't want to drop the question of, what is the false self that's causing the guilt? What is my false belief of myself? You don't want to drop that. However, in order to approach that through the dialectic, you might want to lessen its effects for a little bit. Get a bit of a break from whatever the consequences of the guilt are. Stop beating yourself up for a bit and do some dialectic. Have some fun. Play the game. In which case, this experience, through doing the dialectic in the Phaedo, doing the dialectic of the Logos that we're doing now, can give you some benefit. It can be useful and beneficial. Why? Because doing the dialectic and understanding the Logos, as we're doing in the Phaedo, can put you in a state of mind where you're receptive to this experience. You realize, oh heck, I'm not that self after all. People who have near-death experiences, many times, it's very common that they say, oh, I don't feel death anymore because I know that I'm not just my physical body. I know I have a life after my physical body because I experienced it. It's a very common thing. So the weight of their problems and their fears, because what do we fear the most if we don't have this experience? Death. Literally, it's in the text. See it. Here we go. You know that all the others think death is the greatest of badnesses. But the brave, we call people brave if they submit to death, but they only do it because they fear worse things, more badnesses, greater badnesses in the Greek. So they're actually only brave out of being afraid and out of necessity. But it's irrational to be brave out of need and fear. Right? It's the shadow. So people who have a near-death experience say, oh yeah, well, yeah, now people who've pulled this stunt off in whatever way, they often say, oh yeah, I don't fear death anymore. And so what's the significance of that? Well, Socrates would come in and say, that's good. So hopefully you would have diminished the effects of the negative view of yourself such that you can do your work, live the proper life. What's our proper work done the proper way? Philosophy. What is philosophy? That's what we're learning. It starts with the love of learning. Oh yeah, we're learning it. So we don't know what philosophy is. So we have to love learning to get into it. That's what he's calling philomethesis, love of learning. Where's that triad? Yeah, love of learning. We start here, love of learning. You've got to have something motivating you to do this. It's fun as hell. It's the most meaningful thing. It's the most necessary thing. If we don't do it, our lives will be terrible. If humanity doesn't wake up to it, humanity will kill itself. We're on the verge of extinction until we wake up to the Logos. But fear and necessity shouldn't be motivating us. Something else should, because that's a shadow of courage. It's also the truth. So here we are adding those things that were missing. What was missing? Being. It's the truth. The other word for being is truth that we've been using all the way through. What do philosophers seek? Being. Or truth. The other thing we seek is phronesis. We don't know what that is yet. Oops. Okay. Being and truth as one's focus. So, we don't just do it because we're afraid of the implications of our problems, or because we need to, because we need the job or we need the relationship and our problems are stopping us, but because it's the truth. It's the truth about reality. It's the truth about yourself. It's the truth about your destiny. But it's also being. The brilliant light of a being. It's also the greatest experience. If you're interested in pleasure, it's defined as, experienced as bliss. Experienced as the brilliant light of being. Also the Logos. You don't just do this because you're told it's the best experience. You're developing your understanding of it. What does that do? Awakens your will. You want it. No one's forcing you to go along on this journey. You want it. Sure, you're going to keep reincarnating over and over until you finally wake up to this quest, according to Socrates. But also, it's the best game in town. It's freaking fun. What do you say, Owen?
Wow. 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 Wow.
Yeah. All right. So we have to add these things. It's truth. Therefore, it's our focus. It's what's really being. So it should be our focus of attention. It's also the paradigm. When you add logos to it, you get the paradigm for everything you do, which is wisdom. Okay. Wisdom without this is, yeah, you're seeing well, you're planning well, you're understanding well. You've got a kind of focused attention, if that's what phronesis is. But you're using it for depravity if you're not applying it to being with the logos. We did our own dialectic on this before we read it in the Republic. We thought, what was someone who has the appearance of wisdom? And also the appearance of justice. We talked about fake gurus who are very popular, sound smart, but they're just pursuing their own love of the body, love of their own riches, love of their own fame. But they're very clever. Or, for justice, we talked about gurus. If our intended function is to waken everybody else up and ourselves because we're all in this together, well, gurus always do that. Go to a cult leader. They always talk about their sacred text, but they're using it to justify sleeping with the wives of everyone in the cult. They're using it to justify having a gold plane. They're using it to justify their love of the body, which manifests as... here. Love of the body, philosomatos. Love of honors or love of riches. Okay, so we need to add those things which are missing. Will, missing from courage. Understanding, missing from courage. Being in truth as your object of focus, missing from wisdom. Logos, missing from all. Add the logos and being to it. Okay? So, that might be the significance of this as an initiation. You don't want to be able to pull this stunt off, experience the truth, but have it informing your depravity because you haven't worked on, you haven't understood with the logos that your true desire should be understanding this as a paradigm. You're just using it to fill out, to motivate your problems, your hate, or your unworthiness, to hate yourself more, or in temperance, in the shadow of temperance, to seek your other desires. So you need to perfect yourself through the dialectic as well as purify yourself from your body. Which means, yeah, do a dialectic on this, as we're doing, but also, as you learn the dialectic and the logos, apply it as much as you can to whatever is your other question. You've got two questions. What am I? Why am I here? And also, what the heck is this freaking guilt problem that I'm stuck with all the time? Why every time when I go in for a job interview, I always say, you don't want to hire me, I'm no good? Why every time I go on a date, I say, oh, you can do better? There's a question about your false idea of yourself and a question about the true. The question about the true is the logos. The question about the false is the anti-logos or the pathologos. Philosophy is doing a dialectic on both. And because both follow the same structure, both in how they manifest, the false, it manifests, it unfolds. The false self causes the guilt, which causes your life to suck, which causes you to hate yourself. But also it's how we revert through the logos. Hey, I don't want to hate myself, but I'm noticing a pattern and how it functions in my life. Pattern. Oh, what do? The dialectic. What do we look for? Well, that's what we do. Oh, in my patterns in my life, is there a certain order, a certain way it manifests? Are there certain key terms or key states of mind that come up? I always feel guilt. I always feel regret. I always feel shame, right? Write them all out. Are there any certain key terms in my language, my self-for terms? Do I say that I'm not whole? Do I say I'm only a part? Do I say I'm always limited? In fact, what language do I use? Do I have a certain kind of way of talking when I'm in my problems that sounds like someone? Maybe it sounds like my uncle. Maybe it sounds like my priest. Maybe it sounds like my dad. Maybe it's how it sounds like when my dad yells at my dog. I yell at myself in the same way. That's looking for the key terms, right? Develop a question. Oh, what is the cause of this? Or what is the cause of this pattern that's manifesting in the way that I'm seeing now? Look for a hypothesis. Apply the dialectic. Reflect on yourself. And also develop a mythology about it. Hey, how many songs are written about somebody's problems? Almost all of them. Literally, very few people know the true nature of reality or love and stuff. Maybe Socrates, his songs that he talked about writing on in the last couple of days. But yeah, your problem relating with love, your problem relating with your life's goals, your problem relating with whatever. All songs can't be boasting about how fantastic you are. So, in other words, whatever your art is, whatever you like to express yourself through, mythologize your dialectic on your problems too. Because even though you have a specific question unique to you, the structure is the same. The themes are the same. Generally speaking, we're all the same. So people will see themselves in it, which will be very helpful and beneficial, which is what we just read. We just read in the Republic as what true wisdom would involve. Bring it up. Okay, so this was a section that we saw in the Balboa. The virtues of the soul are like those in the body because they do not exist in the soul before, but we put into it through habits and practice. Okay, so this is a habit, it's a practice. Desire to do what we're talking about, temperance. Hold on to this activity even when you fear it or you desire something else. The desires, by the way, Socrates says, are more powerful than the fears. But holding on to it and doing it anyway is courage. All right, learning this is wisdom. Doing it at all times to yourself and others, whatever you do, justice. So those we put in by habits and practice. But the excellence of phronesis is more divine. It never loses its power. See, you can always do it. That's fantastic.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
But according to which way it's drawn, it becomes useful and beneficial or useless and harmful. All right, this is why we're doing it. To be beneficial and useful. So we don't want to develop whatever phronesis we get from this experience. This kind of apprehension of being, seeing of being. Now, why do we say that? Because the initiation, he said, went through being. He started by saying, so we put in through habits and practice these four virtues of justice, wisdom, courage, and temperance. But then he listed them in a different way, telling us that we are using this, we're using this as a mean. A mean is a transition. There's something like it. Because he said, okay, now we're going to say, we're going to call it sound-mindedness, virility, vitality, being, and justice. And then we're going to end up with sound-mindedness, virality. So that didn't change. So courage didn't change. So courage is on the side too. Self-phronesis and justice. The only thing that changed in the initiation was wisdom became self-phronesis. So whatever we put in through habits and practice pertaining to being, logos, dialectic, and dianoia becomes something else called self-phronesis, which never loses its power. So from that, we can make a hypothesis, speculate. Is the initiation seeing it directly? Because he said in the Republic, we have phronesis, but even the worthless who are considered... Okay, look. Have you not brought to mind those who are said to be worthless, but on the other hand, so there's our men and der. One hand are worthless, On the other hand, wise. What? First, by how sharply the little soul looks out for itself. So looking out for yourself, that's the planning or caring. So planning or caring, put that together. How precisely it sees. Okay, that's planning, caring, seeing. That which has been directed, having no contemptible sight. So it's ability to see. But for. However, it's compelled to be subservient to depravity. By so much acutely it sees. And then by that much it does well at vice. So, whatever we're developing through this seeing, perfecting our sight, so clearly it sees. Okay, that's our clarity. We've been hearing all the way through the text, see clearly or describe in detail. So it's clear seeing and caring and planning. So we've got 4 qualities there that we develop in phronesis, but we can also develop in the vices, the vice versions of the virtues. Again, it's a reflection. It's not anti. You don't lack in this crappy version or the vice version of the blue. The vice version of the virtues. It's not the opposite. If sound-mindedness is mastering all of the desires so that you're only following a single desire that wisdom tells you to seek, then having the vice of sound-mindedness isn't being drawn in every direction so you're useless, like a scatterbrain, like a squirrel, like that dog. It's not squirrel brain. There is still a lot of mastering of the pleasures. Likewise, the vice version of courage isn't being a coward. You still, it isn't running away from death. You still approach death, but you do it out of fear and because you have no choice. There is still something propelling you forward. There is some virility. There's some vitality. Likewise, the vice version of wisdom isn't being an idiot. It's seeing well and planning well and understanding well. Actually seeing and planning and understanding. And we can add in clear seeing, or clarity of sight, and caring for yourself. Oneself. So there are these positive qualities. Just like when you look in the mirror, you don't see an opposite. Like you don't look and say, oh, it's a dinosaur, the exact opposite of a human being. No, it's very much like you. It just lacks fundamental qualities. What qualities? Well, we could say a mirror reflection does not have the ability to understand. Because it's just a reflection. It doesn't have its own will. It doesn't develop and doesn't share in the logos the way we do. And doesn't have as its focus truth and being. Not seeking that as its ultimate goal. So you can say vice is just the reflection of in a lower dimension of the virtues. Which is interesting because we're talking about our problems as not a lack of logos. It's not a lack of, your problems are not crazy. You're not mentally ill. It's very, very rational. It's very understandable. Right? So what did we say makes up philosophy? It makes up the logos. It's intellectual. In other words, it's understandable. Intelligible. It's directly apprehendable, making it not just an intellectual thing, but a mystic thing. state of consciousness, a state of mind. Equally so, your problems are a feeling state, guilt, but also a way of thinking. I suck. I'm never going to get this job. I should just give up. What does that say? Our problems, just like the vices, are a two-dimensional reflection of the three-dimensional virtues. So too, still following the same structure, still having some qualities that are same. So it's like and unlike. It's a diminishment. It's not an opposition. It's not good versus evil. It's the good reflected, and every subsequent reflection has a distortion. It's not good versus evil. That's why it was important to take this understanding into our reading of the Shori translation that we did, and realize, oh yeah, it's not evil. This guy's influenced by Christianity. And once we saw that, we go, oh, okay, look, he's calling it conversion and not turning around. Conversion has a Christian background, right? Conversion, you convert people to Christianity and so on. Right, so he hasn't done this purification through the Logos. Maybe he has had this, Shori has had this experience because, I mean, he's reading Plato a lot. That requires a certain amount of focus and seeing and clarity of seeing and understanding. And so maybe that preparation of the dialectic on the Logos, let's make some room here, did prepare him for a mystical vision. But what he didn't do is what we're suggesting we do as well. Keep in mind, it's not one or the other. It's not good versus bad. Not devil versus angels or stuff like that. It's purifying ourselves from that mythology. So while we said there is a perfection through the Logos, we also have to apply it to the anti-logos or pathologos. So if you do both, they complement each other. The further you progress through the logos towards your destiny, the more likely these are going to come up. So therefore you have to apply the same dialectic to the others. That's actually quite fair, because the better you develop in the logos, the better you're going to get at dialectic. So the more you get, the stronger the problems. But that's okay, because the more you get, the further your dialectic understanding, meaning you have what you need to solve your problems. So hey, a little problem come up. Philosophy sucks. But then you have a little bit of the logos and a little bit of the dialectic to approach that problem, and you can solve it. Okay. All right, philosophy doesn't suck. That was my Uncle Ted who said that. But he was an alcoholic and everyone knew he's a liar, so I'm not listening to that. And as you get further in, different problem. I should be doing something. I should be digging holes. But then you would have learned more of the logos and the dialectic to approach it to the false self, because this is about the true self. This is truth. The true self. You can apply it to the false self. You can see more about the patterns. You can see more about the causes. Then you're able to go further after removing the block, and so on and so on. But they go together. So what do? Develop the dialectic of the truth. So develop the logos. Logos and dialectic of truth and self. Okay, how does that affect us? Because of that self. We develop phronesis. Okay, we get this, and we get this thing called phronesis, which is the currency for which we trade all the virtues, all the stuff we've done in relation to the logos and truth and the dialectic. we upgrade to the logos, to phronesis, sorry. Equally so, get rid of all this scribble. At the same time, apply it to your false self, which is the cause of the guilt, which then affects your life, which then affects how you relate back to yourself. Okay. So we've got the dialectic. The dialectic applied to the logos and the self and truth. Also applied to the false. Oh, look, false and self and true and self. Okay, that's pretty cool. So that's a nice synchronicity, or to confirm what we're saying. But also, because the dialectic can go both ways, we can represent it through mythology. So you can represent the principles of the dialectic in either way in mythology. Write stories about it, write songs about it. If you're a painter, paint about it. And use the dialectic structure as your guide. Okay, cool. What do you say, Owen?
Wow. Wow.
So that was a long answer to the chat's question. But, I mean, in terms of a time frame, the amount of time we have with our problems starts from childhood. So it's less than a quarter of a second compared to, you know, a whole day of how long he's been probably thinking about that problem. So very, very short amount of time in that respect. Does require some work, however. Requires some thought, requires some attention. What's that? Phronesis, maybe. That development of focused attention applied to something which you consider useful and beautiful, useful and beneficial. Phronesis, perhaps. Right. Consider useful and beautiful, because we talked about the false virtues are what we consider. Fake wisdom, we consider these things that, like a great tyrant. To be a great tyrant, you can't be a pussy. I shouldn't use that word. It's misogynistic in a sense. You can't be it's handy though. You can't be useless. You can't have a lack of spirit. You can't have a lack of understanding. You can't be stupid. You can't be blind to be a great dictator or whatever. You're just directing it towards what is not actually beneficial. You're fueling this side of the equation. Right? So this longish answer, not really long and from a high perspective, requires this to be thought of as worth listening to. So you would have to have been developing your phronesis as you listen, which is a virtue you don't have to put in, but you have already. So hopefully your question about your problem is significant enough that you hold your attention to what I'm saying and listen. That's the significance about this compared to a koan. A koan and other spiritual traditions, what is the sound of one hand clapping? That's not your question. You're given it. And you might not give a shit about it. What is the sound of one hand clapping, or if the tree falls in a forest and all that sort of thing. This is your question. You are already caring about it because it's affecting you. We're naturally interested in ourself and our problems. At the start of this talk, we talked about how because philosophy is taught in the Aristotelian way, just meticulous, physical, boring, most people who get into philosophy and psychology are disappointed and drop out in the first year. Why? Because it doesn't address what they're naturally interested in. It doesn't help them. We said, because people are interested in their states of mind, understanding their relationships, understanding the meaning of life. But that's not really talked about. You put rats in cages and you like poke them with sticks as an expression. I think it's from Bacon. So in this Aristotelian tradition, you torture Mother Nature so she reveals her secrets. Very physical, very warlike, very mean. It's not this. But if you did do this, you'd find something interesting. You are naturally curious. Question. We want to have a question and hold on to it. That's meditation. That's contemplation. That's the way for contemplation. About yourself and the truth of reality. You are naturally curious about your problems, your false self, your false beliefs about yourself and the cause of your problems and your own life and your states of mind in relation to yourself. You're naturally curious about that. Which means what? Which means philosophy can awaken a natural curiosity and focus about what is most naturally beneficial and natural phronesis. This is naturally in you. You don't have to put it in. You have to put in the work for the discipline, through discipline and practice and habit for the virtues, you know, to keep, not be mastered by your pleasures, but be mastered by these questions, the logos. You have to put in the practice and work to develop a logos understanding of the truth and desire that at all times. That takes work. Not get distracted. You have to put in work of holding on to what you learn is true through your understanding, even though it feels like it's not true because you're used to hating on yourself or you're used to feeling guilty. That takes work. That's courage. Put it in. You have to develop a wisdom through perfecting yourself through the logos and understanding, specifically about being and the dialectic. You don't just use everything you learn to better play out your vices. That's the courage. That's the virtue of wisdom. And you have to do it at all times as a unified person with a unified functioning that is actually beneficial and actually, what's the two words? Useful and beneficial. That's justice. You have to do that. That takes practice. That takes habit. But your focus is already there. It's naturally interesting to you. It's a natural question. So that's what we're talking about when we say we trade all these in for something. We trade it in for phronesis. Of course, we don't quite yet know. These are just hypotheses about what phronesis is, but it does seem to be fitting. And the more we reflect, and the more questions and puzzles that are shared in the chat, which requires a certain amount of courage to share it, a certain amount of desire to want to understand it, a certain amount of openness to learning and wisdom, and an integrity, a justice within yourself to share these questions and keep an open mind. The more we do it, the more we have to turn around and ousia, which is what? Reflecting on the self with logos and dialectic. Wristworld. Okay? That's what ousia is. Wristworld. Reflecting on the self with logos and dialectic. Okay? The English word is wristworld. I just made it up. Though we should have ousia in our language. We have Schadenfreude from Germany. We can have ousia from Greek. So, or you can follow the Aristotelian model of modern scholarship that deviated from Socrates, specifically about 529 AD when the Catholic Church, killed all the philosophers, shut down the academy, burned all the libraries, propelling us away from our golden age into the dark ages and beginning a tradition based on Latin, which doesn't have the word the, so therefore can't talk about beings and truth because the self, not a self, the beauty. So all these things that are missing, logos is missing from our Latin tradition, our modern tradition. Being is missing. Dianoia, understanding, is missing. Our natural will, we kind of do things because we're forced to by oppression from authorities, the church back in the day, the king, capitalists, and so on. So what we're missing from the virtues, So we in our world are living this. We're living the vice. We're living a vice world. Vice world. Isn't that a name of a GTA game? Vice world. That's where we are. But we need to add this in to level up. We have to accept this as a quest, both within ourselves and within society, which will take us from the shadows, the vice versions of the virtues, through specifically logos, dianoia, being, dialectic, to the true ones. There we go. Right, which also involves, to do it the best, involves some sort of mystical initiation into changing, if all of the negative virtues, by the way, if you can get really good at doing your problem, you can really hate yourself. You can really think you're inadequate. You can really act like you're worthless, right? You can really have problems in your life. You can really have guilt on yourself, right? You can really, if you're like, this is the thing about philosophy. The people who are naturally interested or predisposed to philosophy are often the people with the worst problems. Why? Because they're born with a lot of phronesis and a lot of character or will or interest in understanding. They've got a natural desire for that, which means they have a lot of energy to play out their problems. Specifically because if there is a spiritual initiation to this, the logos that leads you to okay, so let's continue. How do you relate back to philosophy? Destiny. A lot of the characteristics within your soul that allow you to move towards your destiny. Why? Well, if there is a spiritual initiation that Socrates is talking about at the end of the doctrine, which is why we're taking extra time on that before we move on to what follows. So self to self, the doctrines where we are now, before we move on to whether or not it affected CB as well, and then how Socrates responds to them, and then finally, do we have from all of this a new relationship to philosophy and the doctrine? We're now on the doctrine, okay? And the end of the doctrine, he said, by the way, all of the things that I've just told you is a riddle. Of course it is, because we are doing philosophy. Philosophy is not Aristotelian academic putting it into you like a textbook. It's giving you a puzzle, giving you a mythology, giving you like a video game, right? It's the archetype for hero's journey. When there's a call to action in the hero's journey, so the hero's journey is like a cycle. Actually, we could pull it up on the internet. Why not? So most, if not all, of the good mythology and hero's journey graph, say, follow the hero's journey. Let's bring up a few. No. Too small. Images. Here we go, that's better. Let's bring up a couple. Oh, this one's good. It looks like it's got the Usia part to it. Okay. So the hero's journey. You start, there's a call to adventure. There's some sort of supernatural aid. Gandalf comes along and says,
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
But for us, it's Socrates through the Phaedo, which is fantastic that he's able to function as this guide, even though he's from a different time. Then we have to accept the quest and pass over the threshold. Right, you have to, hopefully, you know, we have to not only repeat this doctrine we've been repeating in this read-along, but believe it, take the quest. And there's a mentor and a helper. There's challenges and temptations. There's a revelation, the transformation, the atonement, and then there's return. All right. So this, the guy who made this, which is the sort of archetype for all stories and things, didn't get into Plato. In fact, he met with a guy who said, hey, why don't you get into Plato? We can recognize why he would have said no. His anti-logos or his whatever was this block to the higher logos. But this is so the ideal that this is based on is what we're going through now. Here's another one. Call to adventure, refusal of the call. All right, so yeah, the counterattack, meeting the mentor, crossing the threshold, tests, allies, enemies. Yes, your enemies will come up. People who represent the cause of your problems could come up to, hey, remind you, hey, you got to address this problem. You're here for a reason, and so on. So, but you return as a master of two worlds. Of course, we recognize that as being and becoming. In return with a special knowledge, we have a word for knowledge. So we can see how we could map exactly what we are going through together and the dialectic to this hero's journey. Okay. So that's our quest. And that's why we say it's the archetype of the true hero's journey. And it involves both, and representing it in mythology. And right, and we don't want to get just good at doing this. So we want to have phronesis with the virtues. So we exchange our virtues for virtues. We exchange for phronesis, so that we're not getting better at this. Oh, and by the way, I was saying, often people who are better equipped or more predisposed to this here, the logos and dialectic, to awakening philosophy. So Socrates and even this video could be your call to adventure. People more likely to come across this, number one, and take that call to action will also will have the conditions within their souls to be a better student to the false initiation. So you could say the initiation was crossing that threshold. Or maybe, maybe we find the initiation somewhere else on that. Right, I think there's two initiations. I think maybe 5, crossing the threshold from the ordinary world of the known into the world of the unknown. Right, yes, that would be that crossing the threshold there would be initiation. And maybe the higher initiation into phronesis would be number 9. The reward that you can take back with you into even the world of becoming to help others. Right, as Parmenides says, this is a quote from Parmenides. He's describing the dialectic, defining each of the ideas, and then each have a self-ousia, but they will deserve even greater admiration who, having made this discovery, shall be able to teach yet another person how to thoroughly well distinguish these particulars in a self-efficient way. We have a name for that. Garble, not garble. We have a name for those words. Dialectic, thoroughly well distinguish the particulars in a self-efficient way, efficient way. Dialectic, but dialectic applied to self-ousia, all of the beings. That might specifically be that transition from wisdom, development of the logos, to self-phronesis, when you can apply the dialectic to the object of being directly, and so it won't lose its power. That's one hypothesis about phronesis. We've got a bunch taken with us. But coming back to help another person. Even Parmenides says, coming back. Return. The road back, the resurrection, the return with the elixir, returning to the ordinary world, to the world of being. So this is something that was sort of stumbled upon by Joseph Campbell, by studying it, recognizing from the particulars that there is a certain commonality within them. Of course, we recognize that as in philosophy as the first step, if you recognize that there is a sameness about the particulars, whatever it is. So we can say, you notice that there's one person might be, oh, that's a beautiful girl, I love her, I'm going to marry her. Then someone goes, hang on a second, there's another beautiful girl over here. In fact, there's another one over here. There's a certain commonality between each of them that we call beauty. We puzzle about it. Right? Joseph Campbell sort of synthesized from that, from those particulars, the hero's journey. But in philosophy, we want to ask the question from here, how do we ask the question, so this is approaching with excellence, integrity, justice, dialectic. We ask, what is beauty itself? So we should have birthed a question that leads to, what is self-beauty, or beauty itself? What is beauty itself? What is self-beauty? Equally so, we should, from that we can derive from here the true paradigm of the hero's journey. Right? So if this is fine, it tells us that there is something there. Just like this is fine, it tells us that there is something there. But a lot of people stop there. Science, right? Oh, there's a pattern in the universe. Let's derive from the patterns a theory, a scientific theory, right? But that's where it stops. Notice, even in the hero's journey, there is a threshold. The threshold, you have to cross the threshold. See, if Joseph Campbell, who created the hero's journey, would have applied this to himself, if he had ousia, he would have reflected his seeing on himself. What we've been talking about, definition. Let's make a better line. Threshold. Actually, his language, his own language. Threshold into the new world. Okay, so in philosophy, we've been talking about, let's go a different color. Whoops. Let's go this color. Both definition and demonstration. We remember at the start of the text, Socrates says, what I'm going to do before the sun sets is explain and mythologize. So as accurately as I can, explain and mythologize. Mythologize. Right? So those are duads. This is from our 2 skill tree. So, if our friend Joseph Campbell, who created this hero's journey that's used in film writing and script writing and game making and stuff, did that, he not only defined the hero's journey but demonstrated it, which we call ousia, turning the logos around and applying it to ourselves. Ousia he could have reached the true paradigm of the hero's journey. Equally so, those who realize, oh, there's a lot of beautiful things. There's an idea of beauty. and they don't do this ousia, they can't cross the threshold. Equally so in science or the Aristotelian tradition. Our friend Paul Shorey, they can't cross this threshold to the new world, which we can recognize as being. Realm of being. Of course, there's another one, the self, but we'll put that aside for now. So that's why we have scientific theories, but what we talked about in psychology and philosophy in the academic tradition, in the Aristotelian tradition, or the materialist tradition, it's not meaningful to us because it doesn't change our state of mind. We can't cross that threshold of the hero's journey. We can become cogs in the machine of capitalism. Boo! And people get pissed off at that when they go to college and they realize, oh, I'm just becoming a number crunching machine. I'm just torturing animals to create scientific theories, and as Bacon said, torture Mother Nature so she'll reveal her secrets, like the Nazis. Oh, don't say that. Maybe it's not. I mean, okay, so I'm using the word Nazi to show if the consequences of that if you're given free reign. So it's the vice thing. Hey, I'm going to torture people so I can learn in that way. All right. So they don't cross the threshold. And of course, torture animals. I mean, we test a lot of things on humans and so on and so on. But the significance we're talking about here is, that don't take that personally, is crossing the threshold into the new world of being, which requires ousia, which is a true quest. Right? You realize that there's a sameness from the particulars. Yeah, you can create a hero's journey and use it to make Star Wars movies. You can create scientific theories and use it to make nuclear weapons that destroy the entire freaking planet and the human race. Freaking hell. Boo. But without ousia, without philosophy, without this recognition that this of this question here, the logos and ousia apply to being. So there's our three terms that make the vices virtues. The logos. So we've got a logos question, not just a question, a logos. Make it this color. A logos. Not just a question of how I can make more nuclear weapons, but a logos question. So logos are referred to the self terms or being, and ousia allow that crossing of the threshold and stops us from making using our scientific theories to torture ourselves and war and all of the consequences of where is it? Love of the riches, love of the honors, love of the body, which are the implications that follow if philosophy doesn't exist, and also manifest in our world as war, civil discord, and battles. And also we debate each other, we mean, we harm, we hurt, and corrupt each other. We tell philosophers to shut up. Or in Socrates' case, we murder them. These are the implications if we don't cross that threshold, if we don't accept that call to adventure, if we, having seen this video or read this text, don't accept this quest to use a dialectic in these two ways. Okay? So, however, that's what we fear, but that shouldn't motivate us because that's not our goal. We're not motivated just by the fear of what follows if we don't, but we're aware of that. But what should motivate us is our love of phronesis. So where's our love triad? Lover of the body, lover of honors, lover of riches is what follows if we don't have it. But here we go. Lover of learning, a lover of phronesis, and a lover of philosophy. Now, I think we can... Okay, we're not really sure, but I think we could rearrange that triad. We start with the lover of learning. There has to be something that brought you into this seminar, this podcast. Some love of learning. And this talk about truth should have awakened a love of wisdom. But wisdom is a virtue that turns into phronesis. So I would put maybe phronesis at the top of this triad. That's a speculation. that was a fun demonstration of what we're defining, which is important, which is why I really appreciate the chat and the sharing of thoughts in the chat and participation, sharing in the logos. And it's a wonder how the logos can share with us in that way. So on that note, let's jump into this whole section that we've been reading, starting from what we've already seen 3 different versions of the text on phronesis in Book 7 of the Republic. Let's jump back into the Phaedo. And as we're saying, take a little bit of extra time and read the conclusion of the doctrine, because that's what's most important. Everything's going to follow from that. The conclusion of the doctrine of philosophy, starting with how back should we go? Well, we have our one who is truly a lover of mindfulness, lover of body, lover of riches, lover of honors, the fake virtues. Let's go a little bit back further. We need to turn the soul away from the body to acquire truth and mindfulness. Okay, so here we have, he's pointing out, hey, by the way, everything we're interested in our life and in philosophy, justice, beauty, and good, is there not a certain self different from the particulars? That's literally what we just talked about here. Crossing the threshold. You realize there's a certain beauty. Also, we could add justice, we could add goodness, and we could add greatness, and we can add health, and all of the ousias in one word, the ousia. All of those things that have an ousia, with each whatever self you want to make, they are contemplated. That's what we want to do, contemplate them. Concentration into meditation, because it's our question. Stay with the meditation, stay with your question, and it becomes contemplation if it's one of the self ideas that have ousia. How do we do it? Prepare ourselves through dianoia, through understanding. What does that do? Awakens our intuitive knowing, or noesis, of each of the beings that's in our threshold, across the threshold. Beings. So we're learning how to awaken our noesis of the beings that's crossing the threshold through dianoia. And he gives us a yoga, which we wondered about and applied the dialectic to, and we realized, hang on a second, we applied the dialectic to it, but then we also realized he may be he's not giving us any physical instructions. He's not saying, hey, count your breath 4 times and sit with your legs like this. But he is using dianoia, he's using logos, he's using self by self, each of the beings. That's literally the dialectic. So he might be giving more specifics of how the dialectic will affect our soul. So he's tying our understanding of the dialectic to how it will affect us. So he doesn't have to give us a method. Method is that's what we've been doing the whole time. And he calls it the exercises of the philosopher. And that's interesting to us because we got from the Parmenides at the start of his life, the word exercises of the philosopher. Yeah. Oh no, this is from the Phaedo. This is Socrates saying this is the exercise of the philosopher. Oh, okay. I don't think we made a quote of it, but Parmenides says in the opening before the first hypothesis, what exercises will you exercise yourself in, Socrates? Oh, here we go. What then, O Parmenides, is the way of this exercise? Just as you heard Zeno practicing, except I was quite pleased that you did not allow him to look at the wandering that exists among the objects of sight. All of the vices are all of the virtues applied to the objects of sight. He's saying, hey, it's good that you didn't let Zeno get into that stuff. But we're interested in what we grasp, especially by the logos, and in this way, one will be led to see the ideas. So, grasp especially by the logos in the exercises that Zeno does. That's the exercises of philosophy. And of course, Zeno says, the many are ignorant that without this discursive procession through the beings or dialectic, it happens to be impossible for the intellect to hold on to truth. So all of this that we're bringing with us, we're sewing together to recognize that he is talking about the dialectic. He's outlining how it will affect our soul and why we should care about the dialectic. Socrates says, hey, you're not going to reach the truth. Sorry, he was told, you're not going to reach the truth unless you do the dialectic, says Parmenides when Socrates was starting. Now he's saying, hey, this is what happens if you do. It's not just an academic exercise. It's saying intellect beholding the truth. The forms are not concepts. They are not, the word form isn't there. It's idea. It's mistranslated as form and misunderstood as concept. In fact, that was literally Socrates' misunderstanding coming in, beginning philosophy. He had not yet crossed the threshold. Anyone says, hey, philosophy is just about concepts. You say, well, you haven't crossed the threshold yet. There's another threshold later on. We'll talk about the one self of the first hypothesis. But first of all, being. Cross that threshold, buddy. And you say to him,
you're a wizard, Harry.
And you say you don't encourage him as best you can because
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
The true adventure. So we're going to jump into the rouse. Have a different take on this. To shine some light, we're going to jump back to we don't have to go into what happens if you don't focus on the separation of the soul from the body and you don't approach this kind of death, the eating, drinking, sex, the clothes, shoes, ornaments. Yeah, we already know that philosopher disdains that. That's self-explanatory. We want to liberate ourselves from the association with the body. That's fair enough. We grasp truth. Then the Logos says it's the real beings that the self grasps the real beings through the Logos. So there's our three triad of the self terms: the one self, self-being, and the self-Logos. Right, and then he says, okay, here are your way into philosophy: self-justice, self-beauty, self-good. They're all Usias. We're interested in contemplating them. Okay, and we do it through understanding, and that we're not going to get a better translation than this. Why? Because all of these words in this sentence are only translated in this text. That's why the Balboa translation is a literal revolution. It's the next revolution of humanity, I think. It's literally what we need to read to recognize there is a way forward. Otherwise, we're trapped here. Right? And this is also why I am sharing as best I know, as best I can at this stage, this, which was normally a mystic tradition. You'd talk about it in secret. Why? Well, we just got the quote, the many are ignorant that this blah, 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 blah. In fact, many times in the Parmenides, he talks about how the many are ignorant. And the many will get mad at this idea. They don't think this way and they think they know. Because, hey, everyone wants to be the knower. Everyone seeks knowing. But it's easier for some to hold on to their vices, their prejudices, their ignorance, because they don't have to do this work. I'm already a hero. I was born that way. Really? Yeah. This is the basis of all con artists. To convince someone they're already brilliant so they can give them your money. Oh, no, you just have to believe in my religion I made up. Why? Oh, because it says you're chosen. I don't have to perfect myself or purify myself. No, you're already a no. You're already as wise as you can be. Wow, I'm great. Racism. Oh, your race is the best race. Therefore, you don't have to blah, 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 blah. All con artists will sell this lie. And it will keep us from crossing this threshold. Because we seek the logos. We seek the true hierarchical development. But we stick with what we're comfortable with. All you got to do is play in with people's comfort. Oh, yeah. Hey, by the way, you don't have to do anything. You can just keep the prejudices that you got from your family growing up. But hang on a second. My next door neighbor has different prejudices. How can they also be right? Because they give me their money. I mean, no, because they're the same color as you. Oh, really? But if we were born in a different country, wouldn't you say that we are the different colors? Oh, yeah, but oh no, but yeah, but no. No, actually, they're wrong. They say the exact same things I'm saying, but I'm right. But don't they have their own religion and their own God? No, yeah, but they're mistaken. But if we were born 1,000 years ago, you'd be saying something different. Oh, yeah, but no, but bullshit. It's all bullshit. If it's not the Logos. Why? Because the Logos is, by definition, the paradigm. And we want to awaken that. And I'm being a bit flippant in talking about the implications that follow if we don't. But it's time to. Literally, it's time to. We have the technology now that if we don't awaken our Logos, we will use those scientific theories to play out the implications of our ignorance, which is nothing other than the same Logos with the same Logos. We're not bad people. We just have a false self, a false being, a false Logos in the place of the parts of our soul that are seeking the truth. We just have usurpers to the thrones of our souls. And the people who are best at causing the most destruction have the best potential for philosophy. Again, they just have the vice version of it. They're not bad people. They are people who have been misled. In other words, goes back to our question. Why is it that those most with predisposition to philosophy have the worst problems? Because they're the best students. They're the best students to the worst teachers. That's all. But our loyalty to our traditions, our loyalty to our teachers. My mother was a saint. My pastor knows everything. My dad can beat up your dad. We are better now than we were 1,000 years ago because of evolution. Screw Socrates. Yay, Elon Musk. Our loyalty to our bad teachers is nothing other than the loyalty that we would have to the true teacher, being. That disposition to be loyal to what is ignorance is actually something great if applied to being. Our loyalty to hold on to being in whatever we do is literally the virtues. To hold on to being and the Logos is courage. To hold on to anything else from our ignorance is the vice. To desire that being and Logos is temperance, sound-mindedness. To hold on to anything else as our motivating desire is vice. So humans have the potential to destroy ourselves, and we are currently in the act of doing that. Murdering and torturing and killing people, and also destroying our entire planet. But that also tells us we have so long as we add what is missing, we have the great potential to flourish, to solve all problems, because it's the Logos applied to the problems, as well as not just solve all problems, but reach our highest destiny. Not just solve all problems, but reach our highest destiny, individually and collectively. We have that within us. That's why I'm sharing it. That's why we're talking it. That's why we're bringing it into the light. People are going to be mad. People are going to make comments. I don't think Socrates would have said that. Of course they are. But we can't. The fear of being attacked by people loyal to their ignorance cannot stop us from sharing what's true. Because we just don't have time. As a species, as a race, we have to wake up. We have to awaken philosophy. We have to awaken the Logos. Also, to not do it out of fear and some necessity is vice. It's vice courage. Which is also why we can't be doing this because of the fear of what's going to happen to our race. We have to be aware of it, but also have a love for wisdom, have a love for learning, have a love for the truth. That is true courage. Desiring the truth, holding on to what's true, seeking the truth through wisdom. doing it at all times. Okay? Saving the human race isn't because we are loving the body. Hey, don't torture and murder millions of people as we're doing right now because we love the body. Hey, let's have peace so we can share our riches. Hey, let's all have honor together. I mean, yes, that's true and that's great. We are removing the implications of what happened if rulers seek this only for themselves, but this shouldn't be our motivating factor. Yeah, we can give honors to people who climb the ladder of logos to the self. Yep. We should honor Socrates. We should honor Plato. We should honor those in our life who do this. Hey, those who don't have a love of riches, but share the riches collectively with everybody so we can all meet our basic human needs and have time to do philosophy, which we have the technology and resources and understanding to do right now. Yes, we should do that. We should share the riches. Right. Most of our problems are hoarding the dragons, hoarding ridiculous wealth and sitting on it for yourself while letting everyone else starve while pretending to be unaware of it. And equally so, the body. We shouldn't be murdering hundreds of thousands of people at a time out of our ignorance of we are the chosen people or we are the right religion or they can't do philosophy. They are evil, which means they don't have a logos, no self-logos. They are innately sneaky. They have no self-mind. They're liars. And their one self is bad. All right, anti-self triad. We got to stop that. But also, we should be motivated by this because we love the truth. We love learning. We love the truth and apprehension of real being, and also we love some sort of way of being called phronesis. And that's what Socrates just said in this doctrine. We have a love of learning. We seek philosophy. We have a love of philosophy. We do our correct life's work in the correct way. And why? Because we want to reach truth and also phronesis. So we're wondering what the heck is phronesis. And that's why we're going to take a little bit extra time. And, I hope you enjoyed this refresher, this summary, this application to a person's problems, to pushing the implication, what happens to others in the world, how we can relate back to philosophy. Right? There's a bit of a tangent, but fun and necessary and important to make clear why I'm bringing this to light, why we all have to bring this to light. Not mine, it's Socrates. I'm sharing. It's worth doing, and I love it. And I also want to reach these states of mind too. And also that's why we're going to jump into a new version of that section we just read again. Oh, and starting from here, because we're not going to get a better translation of this. Okay, we already know that self-ousia isn't translated. Contemplation probably have something to do with Christianity. Dianoia won't be able to be seen with a capital U as understanding. Intuitive knowledge probably won't be described as that. So we know we're good up until here, but we'll get a different perspective from this yoga up until the end. Again, we probably won't have phronesis translated properly, but the words around it might shed some light, might awaken something for us. In fact, let's even start here from self-justice. Let's see the difference, which is interesting because that's what we're doing, right? Socrates is saying, hey, this is what philosophy is, this is what it isn't. This is what the virtues are, this is what they're not. This is what the three loves are, this is what the three loves aren't. That's the dialectic. So let's keep this in mind while we read this text and look for the differences, see what it's not. And also, that will help us shed light on what it is, because we want to initiate ourselves. And how do we initiate ourselves? Through logos. We're literally doing it. Why? Because it's a logos tradition. We're not initiated by dancing with a headdress or face paint. That's not the initiation we're going through. This initiation. What is it? A riddle. a rite of initiation to self-mindfulness through a riddle, through which we have to purify and perfect, and we recognize as the dialectic. What's a dialectic? A riddle. It's our purpose. It's what purifies and perfects, as we saw, both sides. And he's saying it's also a rite of initiation. If you pull it off, you get the true virtues, true sound-mindedness, true justice, true courage, and wisdom upgrades to self-mindfulness. And that's what we're a true lover of. Lover of learning into lover of wisdom, and upgrades to a lover of phronesis. Wow.
Wow.
So, that's the intro. It was a long one. It was a lot of fun and worthwhile to know why we're doing it. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to jump into this version, and we're going to compare. Stick around. Okay, we've got the text up here. So, just to recap, we are going through the major sections at the last part of Socrates' doctrine, and reading it in another text to see what we're going to get, if we're going to get any more information about it, or if we're going to get something which it isn't from the mistranslation. In other words, we have some sort of paradigm by looking at the Greek itself, specifically in the Balboa translation, and we're going to look for any deviations from that, which is going to be good. Why? Because when we do anything, we have to see what it is and what it isn't. What is philosophy and what it isn't. Okay, we're doing a lot about what it is, but also Socrates is talking about what it isn't. Love of the body, love of honor, love of riches. And then equally for the dialectic, how does it function? Functions in people being a slave to their body, motivated by their body, starting wars and strife and contention amongst each other because of the implications of it. So it's a dialectic on what it is and what it isn't. Does trusting the logos have always right cause other weird effect? I don't understand that. Oh, does trusting logos as always right cause other weird effects? Yes. That's courage. Trusting the logos, does it have any effects? Yes. So trusting the logos would be opposite of what we just described. So it would have the opposite effects of war, strife, discord, most notably leading you to a kind of spiritual initiation into the nature of being, where you can upgrade your virtues for something called phronesis. That's what we're taking in with our question. Let's see what the next best translation, the Rouse, says about it. And again, for whatever reason, we're not allowed to share it on the internet. But so I took a photo, we don't share it through the archive anymore. Normally the archive allows you to borrow PDFs. So I took photos of it from my book. Here we go. So I suppose, Simmias, it must seem to most men that he who has no pleasure in such things and takes no share in them does not deserve to live, but is getting pretty close to death if he does not care about the pleasures which he has by means of the body. Quite true. Yeah. Close to death. What a way of living. Well then, opposite to a lot of things we're taught, right? Like, embrace life. Have all the pleasures. Blah. What then? What about the actual getting of wisdom? Is the body in the way or not? If a man takes it with him as companion in the search, I mean, for example, is there any truth for men in their sight and hearing? Or as poets are forever dining into our ears, do we hear nothing and see nothing exactly? Yet, if these of our body senses are not exact and clear, two big words we've been seeing all the way along, the others will hardly be, for they are inferior to these. Don't you think so? Why, certainly, Socrates. Then, when does the soul get hold of the truth? For whenever the soul tries to examine anything in company with the body, it is plain that it is deceived. Wow. Buy it. Of course. We know that we can only see certain things, certain frequencies. There are mirages. There are our own false beliefs, cloud our vision, and so on. certainly. Then, when does the soul get hold of the truth? For whenever... Oh, we just said that. Quite true. Then is it not clear that in reasoning, if anywhere, something of the realities become visible to it? Okay, that's our sentence we've looked at before. This is a key one. This is an awesome one. Why? Because it highlights the self triad and why we don't see why this quest of awakening philosophy to the human race is only now coming to light. What's the self triad? The three most important aspects of the self: oneself, the highest, self-being or self-mind, and the self-logos. The three biggies. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Okay, and what do we see in this, the past best translation before the Balboa? Is it not clear that in reasoning is fine, but you have to recognize the self-logos is in that word? If anywhere, something of the realities is fine, but you have to recognize self-being as the realities. Become visible to it. It is fine, but you have to recognize the self. 1, 2, 3. By the logos, that the self-being become visible to self. That's it. That's philosophy in a nutshell. That's the self in a nutshell. So we should clap for that section. And what does he say? Yes. I suppose it reasons best when none of these senses disturbs it. Hearing or sight or pain or pleasure, indeed. But when it is completely by itself and says goodbye to the body, goodbye, and so far as possible has no dealings with it, when it reaches out and grasps that which really is. Clap 2. That is true. Right, this idea of grasping reality, you behold it. That's the idea of beholding, or idea, to grasp, to behold. That is true. That is true. And is it not then that the philosopher's soul chiefly holds the body cheap and escapes from it, while it seeks to be by itself? So it seems. Let us pass on, Simmias. Do we say there is such a thing as justice by itself, or not? Okay, so another... Right, so being cold, yeah, so in the symposium, they talk about Socrates being in the army and walking through the snow barefoot with only a single robe. So however Socrates lived, he was able to separate from even the pain of cold. And of course, there are other tales of him standing in one spot for like a couple of days, I think. And so, yeah, so these, the separation from pain of the body, something that Socrates is known to have had to have functioned in that sort of a way. So, is there not such a thing as justice by itself? Now, another good distinction. Justice by itself is fine. It is not a bad translation. But self-justice is the word. That really highlights the significance of the word self in the Greek. Justice by itself, yeah, the word self is there, but the word is self-justice. So saying justice by itself is not as specific as saying there is a thing called self-justice. Interesting to know. Is there a thing as justice by itself or not? Well, we do say so, certainly. And such a thing as the good and beautiful? Of course. And did you ever see one of them with your eyes? Never! Right? This is the introduction to this philosophy. You don't see it with your eyes. And how do you see it? By any other sense of those that the body has, did you ever grasp them? I mean all such things. Greatness, health, strength. And in short, anything that really is the nature of things. whatever they are. Okay, what's it in the Greek? Ousia. In short, in alogos, the nature of things. Okay, it's okay, the nature of things. But it really helps to have a background understanding of ousia and logos while you read this. This is sort of written more to flow with the English language. But it really helps to take your understanding of the logos with you. So, anything real truth is perceived. Wait, hang on. In a word, the ousia, the self-ousia, doesn't say that. It says in this translation, anything that really is the nature of things. Nature instead of ousia. Whatever they are. Is it through, so again, in the whatever self you pick. So it has to be a self-term. It is through the body that, is it through the body that real truth is perceived? Or is this better? Whosoever of us prepares himself most completely and most exactly to comprehend each thing which he examines would come nearest to knowing each one. So we have our preparation, we have the exact understanding of each of the ideas, the exact understanding through the logos of each of the self-ideas we know already as the dialectic. We have a bit of a wink to those who've done the work. And we come closest to knowing each one. Knowing is fine. Knowing is fine. Having the word noesis is better. All right, because noesis means that direct comprehension. Certainly. And would he do that most purely who should approach each with his intelligence alone, not adding sight to intelligence, nor dragging in any other sense along with reasoning, but using the intelligence uncontaminated alone by itself. Right? This is not a bad translation. So long as you recognize the nature of intelligence, and alone by itself is okay, but self by self is more of a clue to the dialectic, because self by self is the first category of the dialectic. You might miss the clue, but alone by itself, it might be enough for you to recognize the clue there, because that's what we're doing. We're hunting for clues. While he tries to hunt out each essence uncontaminated. Essence? Keeping clear of the eyes and ears, and one might say of the whole body, because he thinks the body disturbs him and hinders the soul from gaining possession of truth and wisdom. When body and soul are companions, is not this man simious, if anyone, who will hit reality? What did you see there? Wisdom? Is the word wisdom in the Greek? No! Where's my...
Wow! What in the heck are we talking about here?
It's not wisdom.
Come on, man!
Come on, man.
Come on, man!
Literally, the puzzle is, how does he go from wisdom to phronesis? That's the riddle that he's giving us in the initiation. Can you see? We missed the fundamental rite of initiation with all of the past translations up until now. That's why we can't. That's what we miss. The essence of philosophy is missed. The puzzle solving, the riddle solving, and the specificness. All the way through, what has he been saying? Specific, exact, clear, precision, over and over and over again. He's saying, look, don't take this lightly. Every word is there for a reason. He's not getting paid by the word. That's a funny joke. No. Don't boo my jokes. How dare you? He's not getting paid by the word. There we go. That's better. That's better. Yes. In the chat, it's starting to look like a mystery religion. And a mystery that we will have missed without the modern translation, okay? So one of the reasons why we haven't woken up to this until now, and why we can, and why we should, and why we're able to, is the difference. Why this key word wisdom is not wisdom, it's phronesis. And the translation was from wisdom to phronesis. Remember, he gave us 4 virtues: justice, wisdom, courage, and temperance. He translated them into justice, self-phronesis, courage and temperance, or the feeling of courage, virility and temperance. That's the transition. That's the question. He also mentioned there were 3 negative loves: love of soggy tomatoes, love of cremated tomatoes, and love of Tim. Philosomatos, love of the body; philokrimatos, love of riches; and philotimos, love of honor. Right, so there's a question: why was it encrypted? Why was this kept as a mystery religion? Well, this is he's sharing it on his last day on Earth, and he's about to be murdered by the state for not going along with what he's told by those who are ignorant but in power. Humans have a difficulty learning, and there's a reason for it. There's a logos behind it. I think it's to do with the evolution of humanity itself. Certain loyalty to false beliefs allowed us to survive the evolutionary period of humanity. Surviving saber-toothed tigers. Evolutionarily speaking, we're young, but we evolved in a certain condition where we were able to evolve intelligence quicker because of the meteorite killing the dinosaurs or whatever. Right, so in the chat, someone's pointing out the relationship between logos and telos. The end of things, our destiny, telos, that to which we're moving, and the logos, and how they're connected. I mean, that's a good... I'd like to see a dialectic on that, by the way. Pick logos as self and telos as other, or vice versa. Or unless you mean telos as in the mythological character, in which case, yes, logos and nous, and mythologize them as telos and Zeus. I'd love to read it. Right, so, big deal. We can engage in this mystery tradition and go through this riddle specifically because this word here, wisdom, is not translated as wisdom anymore thanks to the Balboa translation. Okay? Interesting idea. So, possession of truth and wisdom. So, I mean, generally speaking, we get a gist of it. Oh, yeah, but it's not wisdom, it's phronesis. Good to keep in mind. Nothing could be more true, Socrates, except for a better translation of the text, said Simmias. Then from all this, said Socrates, genuine philosophers must come to such an opinion as follows, so as to make to one another statements such as these. Okay, this is how we should relate to each other. So this is other to other we recognized in our dialectic. What should we say to our friends? A sort of direct path, so to speak, seems to take us to the conclusion that so long as we have a body with us in our inquiry, and our soul is mixed up with so great an evil, we shall never attain sufficiently what we desire, and that, we say, is the truth. So that's a direct path to the truth. Right? Of course, evil, we know is an evil, it's bad. Again, influence of the mythology of the time. Thankfully, we can see the Greek. Thankfully, we have the Balboa translation. We're not evil to have a body. That would be insane, but it would be very Catholic to say, oh, you've got original sin. You are in nature evil. Just by being alive. It's disgusting, but it's common. You're not evil. Say it again for the people at the back. You are not evil by the fact that you are existing as a human being. We are here for a reason. Having a body with a soul does not make us evil. It's bad in the word, specifically bad to our pursuit of the truth by associating with it, identifying with it, taking it along, specifically taking it along with our reasoning. That's what's bad. For the body provides thousands of busy distractions because of its necessary food. Besides, if disease falls upon us, they hinder us from all the pursuit of the real. With loves and desires and fears and all kinds of fancies and much rubbish, it infects us and really and truly makes us, as they say, unable to think one little bit about anything at a time. That's what it does. Distracts us. Tangents, illnesses, pains, needs for foods, desires for monies. Right, and of course we can notice subtle differences. Like real isn't pursuit of the real isn't wrong, just not as good as the self beings. Right, and just as like the essence is not as good as ousia. Evil should be thrown out completely, of course. Okay. Desire for hummus, yes, and chips. Two great desires. All right. With loves and desires and fears and all kinds of fancies and much rubbish, it infects us. And really and truly makes us, as they say, unable to think one little bit about anything at a time. Indeed, wars and fractions and battles all come from the body and its desires, and from nothing else. For the desire of gaining wealth causes all wars, and we are compelled to desire wealth with the body. It's a compulsion, being slaves to its culture. Therefore, we have no leisure for philosophy. How terrible. From all these reasons. Chief of all is that if we do have some leisure and turn away from the body to speculate on something, in our searches it is everywhere interfering. It causes confusion and disturbance and dazzles us, so it will not let us see the truth. So if in fact we see that if we are ever to know anything purely, we must get rid of it and examine the real things by the soul alone. That's good. And then, it seems, after we are dead, as the reasoning shows, not while we live, we shall possess that which we desire, lovers of which we say we are. Here we go. Namely wisdom, namely not wisdom. You idiot. No, it's not idiot. No, that wasn't fair. I'll take that back. Namely phronesis. Right, so there's a part, right, so there is a use of our calculating mind, of our reasoning mind, that can interfere or can do well. So we want to use it well. We want to reason well, specifically about the ousia, or the nature of the beings, and not by associating with our desire for hummus and chips. We are lovers of phronesis. Okay, it says wisdom. So, I mean, good for you. You have seen something that hasn't been seen for thousands of years, or for over 1,000 years, because we haven't had this translation since the philosophers were all killed and exiled and the books all burnt. Oh Jesus, do we do that? Burn the books. Burn the books. Don't burn the books anymore. Instead, read it, because there's a mystery in here for us, for our quest. For it is impossible in the company with the body to know anything purely. If that's the case, one thing of two follows. Either knowledge is possible nowhere, or only after death. For then alone the soul will be quite by itself apart from the body, but not before. And while we are alive, we shall be nearest to knowing, as it seems, if as far as possible we have no commerce or communion with the body, which is not absolutely necessary, only the chips that are necessary, and if we are not infected with its nature, but keep ourselves pure from it, until God himself shall set us free. And so, pure and rid of the body's foolishness, we shall probably be in the company of those like ourselves, and shall know through our own selves complete incontamination. And that is perhaps the truth. But for the impure to grasp the pure is not, it seemed, allowed. So we must think, Simius, and so we must say to one another, who are right lovers of learning. Don't you agree? So we have lovers of learning. We missed lovers of phronesis, so we couldn't get the triad from this text. Till God himself shall set us free. That's in there. Of course, the Greek is the divine self. So, God is a very loaded word. The divine self is more accurate. But again, it's not bad. It's just not precise enough to see the mystery. God himself shall set us free. Right, but which God? Is it the one self, which is the cause of even the divine, or is it the divine self? In which case, is it all of your beliefs about God, your mythologies about God? What does God mean? The divine self is the text, but it's okay. We're seeing the differences. To learn without assumption and the body distracting us. Yes, will be an experience. Yes, very much so. This is what we're after. If the body gets in the way, it's a mani. Absolutely. Yep, you got it. Assuredly, Socrates. Then said Socrates, if this is true, my comrade, there is great hope that when I arrive where I am traveling, there, if anywhere, I shall sufficiently possess that for which all our study has been pursued in this past life. So the journey which has been commanded for me is made with good hope, and the same for any man who believes he has got his mind purified, as I may call it. Certainly. And is not the purification really that which has been mentioned so often in our discussion? 2. Here we go. So this is our dialectic. Starts with the definition, purification. To separate as far as possible from the soul, the soul from the body. What it is. Now, divide it up. And to accustom it. 2. Collect itself together out of the body in every part. 1. And 2. Dwell alone by itself as far as it can. Number 2. Number 3. Both at this present and in the future. Number 4. Number 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, in the present and at the future, being freed from the body as if from a prison. Sound like a yoga? Yes. Enough details on how to do it? No. If you went to your yoga teacher and you said, okay, here's what you do. You gotta purify yourself. Okay, what's that? Separating the soul from the body. Okay, yeah. That's why I paid my $20 for this session. That's why I bought my new yoga pants and I've got my mat. How do I do it? Got my little cushion to sit on? Well, first of all, accustom yourself to collect itself together as far as out of the body. Collect itself together out of the body in every part. Okay, do that. Huh? What? Well, all right. And then dwell alone by itself as far as it can. Okay, that's just step 2. Huh? I paid $20 for this. Both at this present and in the future. What? Do I use the cushion? being freed from the body as if from a prison. Oh, Lord. If that was your yoga teacher, what would you say? It sounds like a method, but it's not a method. That's the puzzle. What does he say? Does he say, hey, give me my $20 back? That's one crappy yoga lesson. You haven't told me anything of how to do that. You just told me to do that. And then when I do it, collect myself together. And then when I'm collecting myself together, stay there. And then while I'm staying there, this self-by-self thing, which I don't even know about really. What's that? And to do it both in the present and in the future. And then if I do it, I'm freed as if from a prison. No, give me my $20 back. And then the yoga teacher will say, but by taking your $20, I have freed you from your association to your possessions. No. That's the puzzle. Then is not this called death, a freeing and separation of the soul from the body? That's what death is. Okay? Is that what we think death is? No. Why? Because of all this stuff we're taught otherwise. Our mythology. Death is the worst thing. Death is to be feared. When you die, Jesus will judge you, or you go to hell maybe, unless you were some sort of saint. But you're not a saint. You've got original sin, so you're bound to go to hell. So live in fear and then give us your money. Right? This is death. No doubt about that. But to set it free, as we say, is the chief endeavor of those who rightly love wisdom. Is it wisdom? Who knows? Could be wisdom, could be phronesis. Nay, of those alone, and the very care and practice of the philosophers is nothing but the freeing and separation of soul from the body. The very care and practice. The art and practice. I wonder if that's art, actually. Right? It appears to be so. Then, as I said at first, would it be absurd for a man preparing himself in this life to be as near as possible to death, so to live? And interesting. A way of living to be as near as possible to death while you're alive. And then when death come to object? Of course, that'd be absurd. Then in fact, Simmias, those who rightly love wisdom, okay, we don't know if it's wisdom, if it's learning, again, that's the significance of the bumper, are practicing dying and death. To them is the, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, then in fact, Simmias, those who rightly love wisdom are practicing dying, and death to them is the least terrible thing in the world. Look at it this way. If they are anywhere at enmity with the body and desire the soul to be alone by itself, and if, when this very thing happens, they shall fear and object, would not that be wholly unreasonable? Should they not willingly go to a place where there is good hope of finding what they were in love with all through life, in brackets, and they loved wisdom, and of ridding themselves of the companion which they hated? Ditching your ex and finding your ultimate crush, finding your bae. Oh, that was a bad analogy. When human favorites and wives and favorites. And here we go. Here we go. He actually does talk about your bae. When human favorites, your bae, your crush. Bae's out now. I think it's crush. No. What's the word? What became bae? What do you call the one that you have the biggest crush on? Inform me in the logos of the kids. Logos of the cool kids. We don't say, but crush? Yeah, you don't know. All right. When human favorites, your favoritist crush, and wives and sons have died, many have been willing to go down to the grave, drawn by the hope of seeing there those they used to desire and of being with them. But one who is really in love with wisdom and holds firm to the same hope that he will find it in the grave and nowhere else worth speaking of, will he then fret at dying and not go thither rejoicing? We must surely think, my comrade, that he will go rejoicing if he is really a philosopher. He will surely believe that he will find wisdom in its purity there and there alone. If this is true, would it not be most unreasonable, as I said just now, if such a one feared death? Unreasonable, I do declare, said he. Then this is proof enough that if you see a man fretting because he is to die, well, he was not really a philosopher, but a philosoma. Philosomatos. Philosomatos. Lover of soggy tomatoes. Philosomatos. Not a wisdom lover, but a body lover. And no doubt the same man is a money lover. Philokrimatos, cremated tomatoes. And an honors lover. Philotimos, lover of Tim. One or both. Level 7 philosophers can't even be killed. How unfair. They're OP. Right. Necromancers. No. It certainly is so, as you say, says Simmias. Then, Simmias, does not what is called courage belong especially to persons so disposed as philosophers are? Well, I have no doubt of it, said he. And the same with temperance. What the many call temperance, not to be agitated about desires, but to hold them lightly and decently. Does not this belong to those alone who hold the body lightly and live in philosophy? Okay, notice. This is actually makes something a little bit more clear than the other text which you read. That happens because of the flow of the more English translation. Of course, we'd rather have the Balboa because it gets the key words down, but sometimes reading this will bring to light some things like this one here because of the way it rolls. Same with temperance, what the many call temperance. Okay, this is not actually temperance. It's close. Why? Well, to not be agitated by desires and to hold them lightly and decently. Yeah, that's pretty close. It's what the many call temperance. Even the many recognize this as temperance. In the chat, it seems for the philosopher game doesn't even change after their death. Right. That's what we've been carrying. Right, so the separation from the soul of the body, what do we do when we're out of the body? Does the game change or does the game continue and you're able to play it better? Oh, cool. Yeah, we're reading the Rouse here. This is my favorite after the Balboa. This is a ratty copy. It's falling apart. It's been around the block. Great dialogues of Plato from the Rouse. By this, and then by this, Mindy Mendel's Discovering the Beauty of Wisdom. And then by the Orange Philosophical Midwifery book. And then there can be your 3 books you take to the island. Right, so this is what the many call So what's the difference? Well, true temperance isn't, what does it say here? Isn't just not being agitated by the desires, but it's some sort of organization of all of the soul to one thing. It's actually desiring that which is most desirable. Now, there is some sort of practice and habit into organizing yourself according to this logos until you see it. Hey, you're going to desire whatever your family and your culture and your time period tells you to desire. That's part of being human. That's part of developing a problem. As Plato says about in the cave analogy, from childhood, you're chained to the shadows of the cave, and you pass honors and conversation between you about what is desirable of those shadows. That's particular to your time period. That's obvious, of course. If you were born in, I don't know, in 100 years ago, you wouldn't value being Instagram famous, right? If you're born in a different country, like maybe you're born in a nice place where you live in the snow, you'd value snow things. I don't know. I can't think of any analogies, but clearly. Right? It's instead about, so the true temperance is instead about desiring that which should be desired, which is a kind of purification and a kind of perfection, a kind of learning about what's to be desired. And of course, but even the many agree that temperance is to take the desires lightly. But we recognize it's desiring that which wisdom says is most desirable. And it does require the effort of taking lightly the body's desires while we listen to Socrates, because he's the arbiter of wisdom in this case, until it's our own. Of course, once it is our own, we don't have to put discipline into our body through temperance because we are it, or we have it, or we've seen it, or we've grasped it. It's like saying, hey, you know what? You are really going to love pizza. I've never had pizza before. No, oh, it's the best, you love it. I don't know. I do like baked beans. Yeah, but don't worry about baked beans. Baked beans are nothing compared to pizza. Yeah, I don't know. I've had baked beans my whole life, and I reckon it's the bee's knees. All right? Say, trust me. But then once you eat pizza, you don't have to, trust. You don't have to quell your baked bean desire to go and have a piece of pizza. Because you've tasted pizza now. Now it's yours. Now you love pizza. Now you're a pizza lover. Similar with temperance, right? Right. So, even the many recognize it's not being agitated by your desires, but desiring something specific. But he's just talking about holding the desires lightly. And even we recognize it's those who do philosophy that are best at that. Now, you might not recognize why. Just like we talked earlier about Socrates being able to walk through the snow, or being able to stand under a tree for I think 2 days and a night or something. People who spoke about it at the time said, oh, he's got such, he's so strong, he's got good endurance. Now, a philosopher would recognize it's got nothing to do with endurance. He's in a different plane or a different state of consciousness. He's not forcing himself to stand still for 2 days. That would be impossible. It would be, very, very difficult. It was 3 days. I can't remember. It's in the symposium. So, yes. So they can recognize that the philosophers take lightly those desires and are not pushed around by them or agitated by them. But they might not know why. But even the many can recognize it. Even the many recognize temperance as a thing. Even today, without this yet in our culture, we recognize, it's a virtue to not be at the whims of your desires and not be enslaved, not to be a drug addict or an alcoholic or a gambling addict or any kind of addict, not to be in control of yourself is a virtue. Keep your cool. So keep your cool. That must be so. right? To have a weak opinions or desires for those which others hold as real, right? Because what people think is most real that can really addict them. But we want to know the truth, the real. You see, if you will consider the courage and temperance of others, you will think it strange. What? How so, Socrates? You know that everyone thinks death one of the greatest bads, evils. Indeed, I do. Then is it not fear of greater evils which makes the brave endure death when they do? That is true. Then fear and fearing make all men brave. Except philosophers. Yet it is unreasonable to become brave by fear and cowardice. In the chat, temperate. I wish I knew the English version of that word. Yeah, sophrosoon is the Greek. We say keeping your cool, maybe. Old-fashioned English was prudence. If you have some translations, they might translate it as prudence. Okay, prudence now means old-fashioned, so it doesn't really work. Keeping your cool, I guess. Sound-mindedness doesn't really fit, does it? But yeah, temperance, sound-mindedness. So hey, everyone except the philosophers, the philosophers can do temperance best, even in the appearance, and all brave men are actually cowards. Why? Well, because the philosophers are the ones who only actually understand death and desire it and practice it and take care in it, the care and practice, the art and practice of death and dying as philosophy. Whereas other men are motivated by fear of worse evils. That's when they accept death, because death is the greatest evil. Right. Certainly. It is unreasonable to become brave by fear and cowardice. Certainly. And what of the decent men? Are they not in the same case? The decent, the temperate. A sort of intemperance makes them temperate, oh God. Although we say such a thing is impossible, nevertheless, that self-complacent temperance, they are in a similar case because they fear to be deprived of other pleasures, and because they desire them, they abstain from some because they are mastered by others. They say, of course, intemperance is to be ruled by pleasures. Yet, what happens to them is to master some pleasures to be mastered by others. And this is very much the same as what we just said now. That in a way, intemperance has made them temperate. Okay? So this is a cool thing by reading both. We get this really nice way of seeing it. Hey, everyone who is brave and not a philosopher is really brave by being a coward. Everyone who is cool-tempered or has temperance, if they're not a philosopher, is really intemperate. So they've been made they have intemperance to make them tempered. They're the opposite without philosophy. So there is some sort of initiation into philosophy that can upgrade your apparent virtues into real virtues. You're not fearing death. You're not fearing the pains. You're not desiring these physical pleasures and being mastered by them, which is intemperance. Mastering some. Okay, so that's really cool. Of course, we missed the clue about phronesis. Let's just jump really quick into the Phaedo, because this is a big clue for us into phronesis. But keep our eyes open for whenever it jumps in. Bring it up. Are you there, Jarvis?
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jarvis.
Okay, did you have to sing for me, Jarvis? Can you please bring up the Phaedo?
Importing all preferences from home interface. Systems are now fully operational.
So, just to have a quick look. Here we go. Although they do call being under the rule of pleasures intemperance, what we just read, a lack of discipline. The word was vice. I think licentiousness. Licentiousness or intemperance is actually the translation we saw, the definition. But what is equally the case for selves is that they master certain pleasures in order to be mastered by other pleasures. This then is what we mentioned just now, that in some way they have been made phronesis by intemperance. Okay, so in one, it was fun to read that other translation and say, hey, they've been made tempered by intemperance. That's funny, right? But it's also, we boo, but it's also funny, right? Yeah, it's funny. Because it shows the contradiction quite clearly. But the downside of that translation is we missed the key about phronesis, or a clue. So you can have phronesis. Somehow, by mastering some of the pleasures, you do develop some phronesis. Or you can focus your phronesis. And we looked at the Republic. I mean, why not just bring it up? Please bring up the Republic.
Systems are now fully operational.
Here we go. Now then, on the other hand, the so-called virtues of the soul are akin to those of the body. They do not exist in the soul before, but are produced in her later by habits and practice. On the other hand, the virtue of phronesis happens to be more divine than the others, as it never loses its power. Okay, there's something that you get or you uncover through even that intemperate temperance, the shadow of temperance. And of course, we recognize that if we have the shadow of temperance, the intemperate temperance, then we are just mastering some pleasures to get mastered by others. In other words, we're getting more unified, more focused, more disciplined on that bad pleasure. In other words, we're getting better at our vice. That's worth a boo. So we're getting better at vice. Why? Well, he's saying because it's awakening a kind of phronesis. You are, whatever phronesis is. Let's speculate. Well, if it's something innate and it's more divine, and it's what we love as philosophers, and it's some sort of clear seeing and accurate seeing and self-care, what is it? Maybe we're more unified. Maybe we're more focused. Maybe we unlock a hidden power or our innate power by mastering some pleasures. So we've developed more phronesis through intemperance, licentiousness. Okay, so vice is a shadow of virtue. It's not lacking virtue, it's a shadow. It's the same qualities, just with some pretenders to the throne in the positions where it shouldn't be. Let's keep going. Phronesis is more divine. It never loses its power, but according to which way it is drawn. We talk about drawing it to certain pleasures in intemperate temperance. Depending on where it's drawn, it becomes useful and beneficial, or in turn useless and harmful. Or have you not brought to mind, on the one hand, those who are worthless, yet on the other hand wise? How sharply the little soul looks out for itself. So there is a looking out for itself. Actually, let's look this word up in a second. And how precisely it clearly sees. You do develop a precision even in this intemperance. You just want to make sure you don't stay there, because you're just going to get worse advice or better advice. How clearly it sees that which has been directed and has good sight. Thus it is compelled to be subservient to depravity by how much more accurately it sees, and by so much more it does its work at vice. Okay, so some more clues about phronesis. There is a wise version of vice, which is incomplete wisdom, something to do with seeing and precise seeing and looking out for itself. That leads to depravity or vice. So there's another clue about phronesis. Let's jump back into Phaedo. All right. So it's been made mindful by a lack of temperance. Intemperance is the word. So let's find out what that word sharply looking out for itself. Velepe. Oh yeah, Google Translate does this weird thing where it translates B's as V's. Velepe. Velepe. I think that's a B. Maybe it's a difference between ancient Greek and modern Greek. I don't know. Look. Look. Look, see, behold, look at a thing, beware. Power of sight. That's better. Power of sight. All right. Russian translation of it. Oh, interesting. All right, so. So it sees clearly and its power of sight. A certain power of sight. Interesting. See clearly and power. Oh, of course, because the distinguishing feature about phronesis is that it's more divine, it's innate, it's not put into the soul, but it doesn't lose its power. So you don't want to have more power towards vice. That could be dangerous to yourself and the world. Sure, you drop any dictators' names, right? You need some sort of power to do great injustice. All right, so that's the thing. So that's the thing that we missed in our maybe a driving force of some kind. And so all the way through, he says we're right lovers of wisdom, but in the Balboa we saw that it was lovers of phronesis, and we can somehow direct ourselves or unify ourselves, can make use of that which is most divine. All right, but we don't want to go halfway because that can lead to vice. We want to go all the way. Make sure it has logos. Make sure it's directed to being. Make sure you're developing your understanding, which happens through the logos and the dialectic. And make sure you're repeating this, saying this to your friends, believing it, trusting it until you see it. Developing the virtues altogether in the right way, not the way it appears to the many. Don't just say, oh yeah, I've got courage, I'm really brave when I have to be. No, that's not the same. It's not the way Socrates is defining it. Right? This is part of the initiation. Okay. So they've been made so that in a way, intemperance have made them temperate, or intemperance has given them some phronesis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not funny. So it seems. Bless you, Simius. This is hardly an honest deal in virtue, to trade pleasure for pleasure and pain for pain like in courage, pleasure for pleasure like intemperate temperance, or pain for pain like cowardly courage, and fear for fear, and even greater for less, as if there were a current coin. No, the only honest currency for which all of these must be traded is wisdom. It's not wisdom. Why? Because wisdom is one of the virtues. What do you mean trade the virtue for itself? Phronesis is trading the less for the greater. Okay? You miss the whole text doesn't make sense in the pre-Balboa translations. Just be aware of. Be good to be aware of. Be good to be aware of. Important to be aware of. Right? Traded for is phronesis. And all things are in truth to be bought with this and sold for this. See, Plato's text is doubtful here and in the next two sentences. Yeah, it's doubtful to this translator in the footnotes. There's like a little footnote here. Yeah, it's doubtful because he doesn't have the right word in there. And courage and temperance and justice and, in short, true virtue depend on wisdom. Okay, let's read that as it's written in Greek. But that which is its only valid currency for which these things must be exchanged for phronesis. And on the one hand, by means of this and along with this, buy and sell all which is being and virile and sound-mindedness and righteousness. That's justice. And collectively are true virtue. They are all collectively are true virtue. So these are all collectively. Collect them all together. Remember? Repeating all the time. Collect thyself together. Collect thyself together. Well, here we are, collecting thyself together in true virtue, united with phronesis, where the pleasures and fears and all other such like affections be added or subtracted. But on the other hand, very different is such a virtue that is exchanged for one another without phronesis, by being that which is a certain outline of a shadow and possess neither soundness nor truth and is truly fit for slaves. Okay? Then, since the truth is truly a purification for such things, are not sound-mindedness and justice and virility and self-phronesis a certain rite of initiation? Okay, and he says these are likely that those who establish these very mystic rites, this is a rite of initiation. He's outlining for us. We're not inferior persons, but we're in fact speaking in riddles. Long ago, that if you arrive in the afterlife uninitiated and unaccomplished in your purpose, you will lay outstretched in a mud, whereas one who arrives there having been purified and perfected will dwell with the gods. Okay, and the mysteries say, many are the staff bearers, few are the inspired mystics, but these, according to my opinion, are none other than those who practice philosophy correctly. Okay, this is correct philosophy. So, what do we see here? It's a rite of initiation, it's a mystic rite. It will help us in this life and in our death. It's a purification and perfection. It's true mysticism. It's true philosophy. But there is a riddle here. Okay, so where's the riddle? Well, we start off with the four virtues: being, virility, something to do with courage, power, sound-mindedness, and justice. But then there's some sort of exchange, like a currency. There's some sort of exchange that happens. Okay? And without phronesis, without true phronesis, it's a shadow and not sound nor true. So the truth is this: to be purified from the false virtues, you have sound-mindedness and righteousness and virility. Again, sound-mindedness and justice and virility. These three are the same. No exchange. Where's the exchange? And self-phronesis. There's the exchange. You've exchanged wisdom for self-phronesis. Okay? 4 and then 4. Something gets upgraded. Okay, we see the move, right? Wisdom becomes being, because wisdom is about being. Courage becomes vitality or virility, because courage is a kind of power. Sound-mindedness, of course, is the activity, and justice is the monad on top. If the image and name change, but we Know that the vertical and horizontal are the same and equal, but the corners are no longer diagonal in terms of square. Would a translation be like that names are wrong, but it's still doing the stuff? Yes, that's the puzzle. So we've got it here. Okay, we start with an understanding of the virtues. Okay, those are the triad of the virtues: sound-mindedness, courage, wisdom. And then in the Republic, he talks about when you have them, you can awaken justice. But justice is in all of them. So the Greeks often talk about justice because justice is always doing your intended function and only that. So it requires a kind of unity. But your intended function for reasoning is wisdom. Your intended function for how you organize your soul is that mindedness. Your intended function for your heart or your outward moving is courage. So justice is in all, but justice is the monad that gets awakened of a higher level. So this is the incommensurate jump, or the whole being greater than the parts, or like with your body, you have parts of your body, but once all your parts of your body are doing its intended function, you can awaken a higher state of being. Consciousness, right? And there's a human being, all the parts functioning together in its right way gives rise to consciousness. It's a higher level. But so you could consider them as 4 virtues. Right. And we talked about, and we recognize that logos is in all of them. If you have sound-mindedness without logos, then you're just chasing another desire. You've just replaced a desire for desire. And if you're accepting death because you're afraid of something worse, then you're just replacing fear for fear. You've got no logos. By the way, what are we truly desiring? What are we truly understanding about death? Yeah, logos, definitely. But logos about what? Being. What are the virtues missing? Being. Truth. He's been saying all along, being. Truth is our focus as philosophers. What is truth? Truth is being. Realm of being. So if we have a logos and understanding of being, we will know it's that which we desire. So then we don't have intemperate temperance. We're not mastering our desires to be ruled by another desire, another addiction. We're actually seeking the true desire, being. So long as we understand that. So we can awaken will. Courage, the cowardly version of courage is you're doing it because you fear it, so you don't have logos and understanding of what? Of death, of being, and therefore you don't will it. You're doing it because you have to. So you awaken a will of certain vitality, certain virility. You really, 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 really want it. So this will is awakened as part of courage. You don't just have an understanding and logos of being in truth. You want it. Now, of course, this is something you put in through practice and discipline. So we want to wonder, what if we do? What if we finally get that which we're after, as Socrates has been saying? Yes, thumos. Thumos. How do we awaken true thumos? Well, it's true energy, true vitality. My physical senses are distracting me with a strange smell coming from my neighboring apartment. Well, this might be it though. Because if we so the transition is, he said, look, we start with these. These are what we put in through habits and practice, the virtues. Sound-mindedness, courage, wisdom, and justice. But then he changes it. He uses this set of terms, which is this triad. This is why we've been developing our skill trees. Because you can jump from one to another. You can rub the sticks together to gain insights. That's what he's doing here. This triad we've been using, being, power or vitality, and activity. That's a triad that we've been seeing all through philosophy. He used it. He's gone from this triad and monad of the virtues through this to get to here. Because he said, hey, so what's the 4 in the initiation? Let's look at it. Okay. This is the exchange. We're doing an exchange through a currency. We want to find mindfulness. What do we trade for mindfulness? Okay, it's not pleasures for pleasures. It's not pains for pains. It's not fears for fears. It's not tears for fears. That's a funny joke. Because that's a band name. Okay, so we want to exchange something for phronesis. What? Because we want phronesis in all of them. Okay, so what are the 4 virtues? Being. Okay, he's swapping it out. He's using the being, vitality, and activity triad, and he's swapping out wisdom, courage, and he's keeping temperance, and then justice. Okay, so what's he doing? Okay, the 4 virtues, 1, 2, 3, 4, become this. Justice, yes. Fair-mindedness, yes. Courage becomes vitality. Wisdom becomes being. So he's using this as a transition. And then he says this is the rite of initiation. This is the true perfection from such shadows. You end up with what? Sound-mindedness stays the same. Justice stays the same. Virility stays the same. And self-mindfulness. That's the rite of initiation. That's the riddle. Okay, what does that mean? Somehow both wisdom and self-phronesis is directed to being. But this is the exchange. This is the rite of initiation. Justice stays the same as justice, but it's got self-phronesis within it. Sound-mindedness is still sound-mindedness, but what you put in through habits and activity and practice becomes innate. You awaken the phronesis of it. Hey, if you have being, do you have to practice seeking being as a habit put into your soul? Or if you have being and you see it as the most best thing, the most real thing, the most beautiful thing, the most just thing, all of the self terms, if it's beautiful, wouldn't you love it naturally? You have to tell someone to love that which is the most beautiful thing? Or, oops, what happened? Would you naturally desire it? So this idea of fake sound-mindedness, desiring this desire, only this one, and mastering all the others, missing the mark. That's just vice. You just got really good at vice. You've awakened some sort of phronesis, but a fake phronesis or a limited phronesis, some sort of innate, natural focus. What was it? Focus, seeing, a clarity of sight, power of sight. Was that everything that we got from the other translation? Let's see. Precisely, it looks out for itself. Good sight and power of sight. Right, that's it, yeah. Yes. Right. So this not allowing yourself to be distracted by fears or desires or pleasures or pains, that's courage. Managing your desires so you only desire one thing is sound-mindedness. But what's interesting is what you hold on to, so you're not mastered by fears, desires, pleasure, or pains. What you hold on to is what your reasoning part of your soul tells you. So we can look at these as the soul. You have 3 parts of the soul: inner desires, outward moving, and reasoning. Sound-mindedness is living your life like this. not like that, where your desires rule, and then your heart follows, and then your mind is last. It's upside down. So what do we desire? What the Logos tells us we should desire. What do we hold on to with courage in our ups and downs and pleasures and pains and fears? What the Logos says we should is true about reality. What do we seek to understand? What the Logos says is true about reality. What happens when we can do all that and we do it all the time? That's justice. Okay, so it's what the Logos says. And here's our little self-triad. What the self-Logos says about truth. These two. Our one self, that we want to know ultimately as the goal, destiny. We get there by directing our self-Logos to this. Right? But you don't start off with knowing it. You have to learn it. That's why we're reading the text. That's why we're staying as close to the text. That's why we're solving the riddles. That's why we've got our Sherlock Holmes hats on. That's why we're an adventurer.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Okay? So you could say, well, because we don't have it yet, we have to put it in. Sound-mindedness follows wisdom. Courage follows wisdom. That's the ordering of the soul. That's the snowman. Your biggest part, your desires, follows last. Your heart, you want to honorably seek the truth, follows next. And to find the truth is your thinking. So desiring, truth-seeking, and reasoning. The reasoning rules. The reasoning follows the Logos. So you could say all of these virtues follow wisdom. And then to act justly also requires wisdom. So even though it's the higher functioning, the functioning with your virtues, it all follows wisdom. Is that interesting? Well, it should be, because the rite of initiation takes this habitual practice of learning the Logos the way we're doing, the Logos of being, or directed to, really, this is the big thing, right? Because its direction makes vice. You can have a certain amount of phronesis awakened through mastering your desires, but if your direction is to another desire, that's vice. You can have a certain amount of courage facing death, but if your direction is to your fear, that's not courage, that's cowardice. It's vice. You can have, as we read in the Republic, you can have a certain amount of clear seeing and thinking and planning and caring for yourself, but if it's directed to anything else, your body specifically, that's what he said, the body, what's someone who is contemptible, what we call wise? Someone who directs their very, very good at seeing, very, very good at thinking, very, very good at planning, but directed to their body. That's the shadow of wisdom. That's vice. And the better they are at wisdom, this part of their reasoning part of their soul, where is it? Here, the better they are at this part of their soul, they're seeing, they're thinking, they're planning, they're reasoning, they're looking out for themselves. We just read in the Republic, the better they are at vice. And we can see all of these virtues in tyrants, dictators. Hey, they have to be able to plan and see well and really see with clarity and see accuracy, have some power. They have to hold on to what they're after. They have to not be pulled away by other desires. They have to have some sort of focus that awakens a kind of phronesis directed to the body that allows them to be the worst at, or the best at vice. So, what makes the difference? Wisdom. What kind of wisdom? Not directed towards the body. That gives us our philotomatos. Where is it? Love of tomatoes. Love of soggy tomatoes. Gives us this. Hey, directed towards the body, what are you? Philosomatos. Soggy tomatoes. And that manifests as, in the Rouse we said, either a love of honors, philotimos, or love of riches, philokrimatos, or both. So this is the ruling term, and it manifests as either or both. Hey, lover of the body, what do you spend your wisdom on? Becoming famous, becoming well loved, erecting statues in your own honor, putting yourself on the currency, or developing wealth, developing riches, plundering other nations. One or both. Some people have both, says the Rouse that we just read. Okay, but the initiation is somehow going from wisdom as a virtue. That's which is being, something to do with being, ontos. Let's see it in the Greek. Being, ontos, ondi, from the word ontos, virility. Right, so there is a certain rite of initiation, and we have recognized that there's something to do with careful and precise reading that he's been repeating over and over and over again. He's been telling us, read it precisely, read it carefully. How many times do I have to say? And by the way, there is some sort of mystic. You are not just a staff bearer. A true philosopher is the true mystic. All the other mystics just carry the staff. They don't get it. There's a riddle here. Riddle is wisdom is something related to being. And in that reflection, we recognize, hey, what do the non-virtues or the vices miss? They're not the opposite. They have a lot of the qualities. They're just missing something significant. Mastered by the pleasures to be mastered by others. What is it not seeking? Logos. Well, actually, what is it not seeking? It's not seeking truth. What does he say that philosophers are true lovers of? Truth and phronesis. Courage motivated by fear and necessity, not understanding. Understanding of what? Understanding of being. Understanding what it's like to be dead. So if you don't understand it, you will fear it. All right? So what are we missing? Truth. Understanding being. Okay? And then our third fake virtue. Seeing, clarity of sight, planning, caring for oneself, understanding. It's a kind of phronesis directed to the body, not directed to being again. And therefore not having a logos of why being is the most desirable. So all of the three virtues that are vices have a lot of the great qualities, but are missing, what's it missing? Logos, understanding of being, and therefore awakening a will. And that might be what we need to unpack the mystery of the initiation. Why does wisdom go through being to become self-phronesis? Well, one thing we've discovered is all of these things are a logos of being. If courage is holding on to wisdom, if sound-mindedness is seeking if sound-mindedness is mastering all the other desires to desire what wisdom wants, and justice is employing your wisdom at all times, then wisdom is the key. And all of these things are a logos of what? Being. There we have our transition. So this initiation allows you to have a phronesis of being. What you have been developing through your logos becomes a phronesis of being. So however you can relate to being and touch being through along with the logos. So there's our logos and nous. Upgrades to self-phronesis, which is innate. So whatever is innate that can be misdirected in bad, in intemperate temperance or cowardly courage, that focus, that clear seeing, that innate virtue that is more divine than each of these virtues, takes the place of wisdom. Okay? So that's the significance of the accurate translation. And that's what we miss up until now. But thankfully,
Wow.
we have it back.
Wow.
And we're really happy.
Wow.
And we can cheer.
Wow.
Okay? So, that's the wrong one. Jarvis.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jarvis.
Yes, I know. Can you please bring up that PDF we were reading together? You have it?
Importing all preferences from home interface. Systems are now fully operational.
Thank you, Jarvis. So, let's read this section again. With all that in our mind, take it with us, carry it with us, keep it in your inventory. So, bless you, Simius. This is hardly an honest deal in virtue to trade pleasure for pleasure, pain for pain, and fear for fear. And the even greater for less, as if they were current coin. No, the only honest currency for which all these must be traded is wisdom. No, phronesis. And all these things are in truth to be bought with this and sold for this. And courage and temperance and justice. Okay, he only listed 4. He only listed 3. He missed the 4. Why? To make his idea of phronesis being wisdom work. Okay, courage and temperance and justice. He missed the change courage from courage to the power of courage, virility, manliness. Okay, it's important so we could recognize.
Wow.
So we could recognize. Right. Yes. Pain for fear and pleasure. Moves back. Yes. You're in a circle. Yes. Because of this. Why? Because usually in abduction you get 2. So like, if you want somebody to solve the puzzle, you'll say, shepherd is to sheep as king is to people. So you will give them that to establish the pattern, and then you'll say, oh, is to his cart, is to his tent, is to his dog, and so on. You have to, usually they give you 2, because 2 is the minimum to establish a pattern. Not always. Like if the author thinks you've got enough to establish the pattern yourself, like in a Resident Evil game, you'll have 1 painting, 2 paintings, and then a missing painting or whatever. You got to establish that there's a pattern for you to recognize that there's a deviation from the pattern. So that's what's needed for abduction, or a way of sharing the logos. In the chat, it was asked if it's important for us to share the logos to help other people awaken their logos, otherwise they stay trapped and they won't give birth to the true ideas. How do we do it? Well, this is one technique that's being used here. Abduction. Okay, so he swapped 2, courage and wisdom, for virility and being. That's enough to establish that he's using a pattern as a transition, specifically pointing to a different relationship to being that used to be wisdom, but now it's self-phronesis. Okay? Right. Keep wisdom. Yes. Right. Oh, yes. So to go back to that that game here of abduction, if I said I'm going to tell you what it's like to be a good king and how you relate to your subjects. I'm going to teach you. So I'm going to teach you about the higher, the greater. Now, to do so, I'm going to give you a story. That's called analogy. That's how we think. Analogy. Analogy. I'm going to give you an analogy of the lesser. Okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a story about how a shepherd treats his sheep. Now, of course, it's not literal because I'm going to pull out the specifics that are the same to both. Because an analogy, for it to be lesser, there has to be something the same and something different. Because otherwise it wouldn't be a lesser. There is something the same, there's also something different. If it was exactly the same, there wouldn't be any difference. It wouldn't be an analogy. It wouldn't be lesser and greater. Right, we're using a simpler truth. We're pointing to the sameness to understand a greater truth. So there's something the same, like a shepherd cares for his sheep, just as a king cares for his subjects. So I will lean on caring in my story. I won't mention that the shepherd shears his sheep, because that's not the same. The king doesn't shear his subjects. Unless I'm talking about taxes, in which case I do keep that in. A shepherd, and I might knock his sheep on the nose with his crook if it's going in the wrong direction. A king doesn't do that. Okay, so the same some differences. But if my story, I keep going and I start talking about how a shepherd goes along in a cart and has a sheepdog and lives in a tent. Yes. Yes. Okay, right. Some kings have eunuchs and they shave the people. That's true. Right. But I mean, I wouldn't want to teach you to do that, so I wouldn't include that in my story. But hey, so in telling that story, I might mention the cart, the sheepdog, and the tent without specifically giving you what they relate to. And so you might think, oh, so a shepherd is to his sheep like a king is to his subjects. Oh, cool. Okay. And you look for the samenesses and you look for the differences and you learn about this and you walk away. But a good student in abduction will recognize that I've missed some terms up here, but I've included it down here. I've given you two to establish a connection through the analogy. Right. But if you reckon, hang on a second, he gave me these two. How come he didn't mention this, or this, or this, or this? Because I'm waiting for you to discover it. You have to discover the question. So you got to ask yourself, oh, what does a cart? Was it? So all the things he said about the cart and the sheepdog and the tent, and is that all we had? Yeah. What would be the equivalent? That's abduction. Right? To establish a pattern between the greater and less through, to establish a pattern between the greater and less through, through analogy, but to leave some terms missing. Okay, two is enough to establish a pattern. King little, letter, and shepherd bigger. Well, king is the greater. Okay, so this is just an illustration to highlight what abduction is. And it's a tool that's used all through Plato. And it's also used in great filmmakers. Right? So if you watch Christopher Nolan movies, look out for it. Hey, Christopher Nolan establishes some patterns. But then he adds some extra questions that you have to discover for yourself. So you don't just discover the answer. The answer is this. Oh, so so in Inception, a true shepherd would only care about the sheep and not for self. Right. That's a good point. So that would be, so you'd make that point in your story that, hey, in my story, the shepherd is really only caring for the sheep. And some people will say, well, isn't he just fattening it up so he can eat it for himself? No, that's something different. That's being a butcher. True shepherd cares for his sheep just as a true king cares for his subjects only, not himself. He's not motivated by this. A true king is not motivated by his love of honor, being known as a good king. He's not motivated by love of riches. Hey, got any politicians or presidents or kings or prime ministers who are enriching themselves? They are corrupt. That's not a true king. That are trying to be known as the greatest king and want their legacy. No, it's not about your legacy. Why? These are the two expressions of philosogitomatoes. Philosomatos, lover of the body. What's lover of the body? What follows if dialectic B? Dialectic A, whoops. Dialectic A is what if philosophy exists? And everything we've been learning about separating the soul from the body and our relation to being and logos, or being through logos and nous. Okay, philosophy doesn't exist. If is a what if universe you have to create as well. In a dialectic, you have to do both. If it does exist and if it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, Socrates is saying, we just read, you become not a lover of wisdom, but a lover of the body. That manifests as lover of honors and lover of riches. And we call that corruption. Right. We're taught to fear the logos. Yes. That's ignorance. Taught to fear the logos. In fact, we could say a cause of this corruption of philosophy could be this. Do we learn the self-logos? Because we saw that what makes the virtues is the self-logos applied to being, so that it becomes clear to the self. So what if you are taught to fear the logos? Oh, boo, understanding is bad. Opinions, yeah, everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Yeah. We should fight wars over who opinions are right. Yay. Or fear truth. Ignorance is bliss. Yay. You can't experience real being, self-being. No. God is scary. God is vengeful. God has devils. God is fighting a war. God hates this person. God hates that person. God wants you to die. God thinks that you're an original sinner. Fear self-being. And fear the self. You suck. You are a slave. You are a mere peasant. You are not there. You can't put yourself higher than God. Higher than God? How dare you? What is this? A Chinese restaurant? Right? You can't put yourself higher than the divine. So these are the anti-logos. The anti-self. The anti-self triad. That's right. Just from responding to chat here. And they lose their courage. Right. Yes. So you lose the logos directed to being. You don't have courage. You don't have sound-mindedness. You literally don't have wisdom. And you can't do your intended function at all times. So you can't act in just way. But he's saying there's a rite of initiation that makes it mystic. That wisdom, the wisdom relationship to being changed to self-phronesis relationship to being. Sound good?
Wow.
Yeah. So, let's jump back into this text. And see. And with that in mind, let's see what we don't see here. Okay? Bless you, Simius. Just to know why it's a new thing, why we're in a new game, why we have to share this new understanding of philosophy, and why it hasn't been available. Yes. Bless you, Simius. This is hardly an honest deal in virtue to trade. So here he said, intemperance has made them temperate, just like cowardice has made them brave. This isn't a bad trade, to trade pleasure for pleasure and pain for pain. It's not an honest deal. Fear for fear, the greater for the less, as if it was a current coin. No, the only honest currency for which all these must be traded is phronesis, not their wisdom. And all these things are in truth to be bought with this and sold for this. And courage and temperance and justice, missing wisdom. And in short, or missing vitality, virality, and missing being. And in short, true virtue depends on phronesis, missing, whether pleasure and fear and all other things are added or taken away. But when they are deprived of phronesis and exchanged, not there, right, wisdom, and exchanged one for another, virtue of that kind is no more than make-believe. Literally a shadow drawing. In the footnote. A thing in reality slavish and having no health. Health. That's a handy one. No health. The Greek translated as soundness. But health is a translation too. No health. So that's the idea of health or benefit. Or truth to it. In it. So no truth without phronesis. So whatever it is that we've been seeking, that we say truth, is necessary for phronesis. So makes sense why he's saying these two things. What do philosophers seek? Truth. And what are they a lover of? Phronesis. So what does that do? Phronesis turns the virtues into something that has truth. And we know that truth relates to being, so that makes sense of our question here. Something about being awakens this phronesis that we have love for. These are not the true virtues. Until we have truth, we can add truth into it. So a relationship to being, that when we have being, we have truth and we can awaken self-phronesis. These are not the virtues. They lead to the virtues. These virtues, through this initiation in being, can allow them to become these virtues. Justice, same. Courage or vitality, same. Sound-mindedness, same. Self-phronesis, different. Okay, that's where it changes. It. If anyone from now on asks what I'm doing, I won't say philosophy. I'll state I'm being dead. Yes. Yeah. True is the logos as well, yes. The logos above it. Truth. Right. So logos and being together. Was logos prescribed to being was wisdom, but logos with being maybe is the initiation. Because logos is in being. Being itself has an intellectual structure and order and levels to it that you can recognize. Maybe not while in the experience, but after the experience. Perhaps in the experience if you've cultivated the logos. Because he is saying that, hey, when you separate from the soul, you are still going to have conversations with good men and good gods. So maybe there's the logos applied even to being. I'm not sure. If you get there, please tell me how well you went with the conversations, how well your dialectic was, and if taking the logos with you into that experience of being made a difference. I'd love to hear about it. Because we are told that you are to get admiration if you come down and share your experiences. So yeah, from Parmenides, even greater admiration, who having made this discovery shall be able to teach another person on how to do the dialectic in that sort of a way, in that efficient way. So yeah, let us know how it goes. sharing your understanding, your questions, your hypotheses, but also your experience and your insights. It's part of the game.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
All right, so with that in mind, see what we're seeing in the text. There is no truth in it. In make-believe without phronesis. Truth is in reality a cleansing from all such things, and temperance, and justice, and courage, and wisdom itself. No, phronesis itself. Recognized too. You can see his idiosyncrasies, his characteristics. He takes self-phronesis as one word. Like the one self of the Parmenides. Self-phronesis, he takes it to phronesis itself. So he keeps the word self, he just throws an it on the front, which is interesting. Not wrong, but we recognize that the word altos is a triad itself. So this self triad, also the word self is a triad, which is a cool thing and something fascinating about the Greek language. The word altos or self has a triad too. It has the ultimate, the one self, it has the honorific, self X, self beauty, self justice. We saw that earlier. And this is the adduction. Right, so we took that adduction before. Deduction is having the greater and deducing the less. Induction is like science, where you only have the particulars and you sort of induce or guess the theory of the greater. It's just something we were talking about earlier. Abduction is where you have some of each. You have something about the king and the people, you have something about the shepherd and the sheep, but you have some missing terms on either side. So yeah, so you could even say, in your story, you could even say through abduction, you could talk about the king and his people. You could also talk about his throne. You talk about the sheep, the shepherd and his sheep and his dog, but you don't talk about his tent. You miss out the tent. So you're missing the throne version here, but you have the dog, and you're missing the dog version up here. That's abduction. You have some of the top, some of the bottom, but you have to fill in the gaps. So deduction is when you know the principles and you can deduce. Like, famously, a bachelor is an unmarried man. Tim is an unmarried man. Therefore, you have enough of the greater to deduce the particular about Tim. Therefore, Tim is a bachelor. That's deduction. Induction is like scientific theories. All these particulars, and you guess the theory of the greater. Abduction is same for both. Philosophy is seeking the greater of being, using deducing the logos, so you can apprehend being, and that's your guide to know the lesser. So it's kind of top down. It's like deduction, making it opposite to science. But there is a kind of use of the logos too. That's what we're seeing. How do we reach being? To make it self-phronesis, and then we use that to function in the everyday world. But also, we want to go to the self, the one self too. So that's a little bit of an aside, just for fun. Not our goodness, but apprehending the good. Yes. and everything, and that leads you. Right. Right, like a shepherd. So you can use the shepherd analogy. So that's taken anagogically. So in the chat, someone used the idea of a shepherd, how he relates to. This means relate. Shepherd, write the whole word. Shepherd relates to a sheep. He bypassed the king and went to the self. And how he, the good. Yeah, the good, same thing. So you can say oneself, but you could also say the good self. The good self. How he relates to our soul. Okay, so that is interesting because that's called anagogic. So you've got the lesser, shepherd is to a sheep, to learn the greater. But there's three. Lesser to the greater to the ultimate. To move to the ultimate is skipping the greater is an anagogic movement. That's what we want. So we can use the logos to understand our problems. We can use the logos to understand the greater, the divine, but also we can understand the good, the oneself, the ultimate. Lesser, greater, and ultimate. Why is that interesting? Well, we are talking about the word self. That relationship is inherent in the word autos. Come on, Owen.
Wow.
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 Wow. Wow. Wow.
That's inherent. Like going Super Saiyan. Absolutely. Going Super Saiyan. And the word altos is inherent. That relationship of the lesser to the greater to the ultimate is inherent in the actual word. Why? Because it has the particular or itself, which is the translation we just read. It has the honorific, self-justice or self-phronesis. It also has the ultimate, the one self. Self. That triadic, anagogic, analogical relationship of lesser to greater to ultimate is inherent in the very word itself. Isn't that fantastic? So this is like going Super Saiyan, going from the particulars itself to the honorific. And then going Super Saiyan God is like graduating to the ultimate. Even greater than Super Saiyan. Right? So we can keep that in mind. Why? Because one translation we're reading is the Rouse. That only has the particular, the lesser. He says wisdom itself. Of course, we know the word isn't wisdom, it's phronesis. Phronesis itself. The virtues are nothing without phronesis itself. All right, we're reading the Balboa. It has the honorific. The virtues are nothing, or vice, which is amazing. Like there is a moral imperative to mastering philosophy. Shout out to my friend Jacob from the Mindy Read-Along group. The Awakening Philosophy Read-Along group. No, wait, what is it? Discovering, what's it? What's the name of Mindy's channel, chat? Sorry, Mindy. Only gods could feel God Ki. Goku couldn't, so how would you know how to act without Usia? Damn it. What's all about? Sorry, yeah, thank you, chat. All about Platonism. So, just shout out to Jacob, who mentioned in our last read along. There's a moral imperative to philosophy. And we're particularly talking about how the section in, I think we're in book 6 or Fall of the Republic. He points out that, hey, the ones most with the most aptitude in philosophy have a greater aptitude to vice. And we've been talking about that, right? The vices are not just anti-virtues. They're the shadow, literally a shadow, an outline, just like your mirror reflection is not an anti-you, it's a reflection of you. You still master some pleasures. You still approach scary things with courage. You still can see, plan, have clarity of sight. You care for yourself. You have some understanding with wisdom. This is why the better you are, the greater the moral imperative to do philosophy. In fact, Socrates chased down Alcibiades all the time. And he said, hey, by the way, you have... Literally, he said, you have... let's pull it up. This is so good. This is exactly what we're talking about. So let's get the Alcibiades. Alcibiades in the Perseus. Alcibiades. Alcibiades was cute and stupid. He was the cutest of all of them, apparently. Yes, he was stupid, but he had phronesis. So there was something that allowed him to do these things. Come on. Here we go. So let's get the whole text open. Let's bring it up. Alcibiades 1. Let's read it. Just the introduction, because it has, like we looked at book 7 of the Republic for some clues about what we most love, that we need to nail down as part of our initiation. Phronesis, we see it here too. Here we go. Son of Selenius. Son of Selenius. I think it must surprise you that I, the first of your lovers, am the only one of them who has not given up his suit and thrown you over. And whereas they have all pestered you with their conversation, I have not spoken one word to you for so many years. The cause of this has been nothing human, but a certain spiritual opposition. Okay. That's the first word let's nail down. Let's load it up. Let's open it up another. And let's go back to a certain spiritual opposition. Interesting translation, because if it wants to load up, yeah, give it some time. There is a certain word there. It's not just spiritual opposition. The word is Elysium. Of whose power you shall be informed some later time. Oh, really? That sucks. We want to know about that thing. However, it now opposes me no longer. So I have accordingly come to you, and I am in good hopes that it will not oppose me again in the future. Now, I have been observing you all this time, and have formed a pretty good notion of your behavior to your lovers. For although they were many and high-spirited, every one of them has found your spirit too strong for him and have run away. Let me explain the reason of your spirit being too much for them. You say you have no need of any man in any matter, for your resources are so great, beginning with the body and ending with the soul, that you lack nothing. You think in the first place that you are foremost in beauty and stature, and you're not mistaken in this, as it is plain for all to see. And in the second place, that you are the most gallant family in your city, the greatest city in Greece. And there you have, through your father, very many of the best people as your friends and kinsmen who would assist you in case of need. And other connections also through your mother, who are not a whit inferior to these, nor fewer. And you reckon upon a stronger power than all those that I have mentioned. In Pericles. Whoops. Okay. try that again. We want to load up the Greek. Pericles, son of Xanthippus, whom your father left as a guardian of you and your brother when he died, and who is able to do whatever he likes not only in this city but all over Greece and among many great nations of the barbarians. And I will aid besides the wealth of your house, but on this I observe you presume least of all. Well, you puff yourself up on all these advantages and have overcome your lovers, while they in their inferiority have yielded to your might. And all this has not escaped you, so that I am very sure that you wonder what on earth I mean by not getting rid of my passion, and what can be my hope in remaining when the rest have fled. We have 3 words in this that we are interested in. We have phronesis twice, phronane, and this one, phronalti, variations of phronesis. But we have 2 other weird ones. That's not giving us... Here we go. Okay. High-minded and generous. Okay. That's a crappy translation. Why? It is megalo. M-E-G-A-L-O. Megalo. Megalophronesis. And we have this word. Let's... megalos. Great, big, large. Okay, so that little tangent is enough for us to point out that in the Alcibiades, Socrates says, look, everyone else has run away. Why? Because your phronesis is too much for him. The word spirit is phronesis. I haven't abandoned you because of something special I see in you to do with your phronesis. Hey, you puff yourself up. You've got all these advantages in your body, your riches, your honors, all of the things that we have been seeing in the anti-triad of philosophy. It's not philomathesis, lover of learning. It's not philosophia, lover of wisdom. And it's not philophronesis, lover of phronesis. He does have a lot of phronesis though. Lover of self-phronesis. He doesn't have self-phronesis. But you can develop phronesis by the vices. Temperance without logos and being. Courage without logos and being. And wisdom directed to the body and not to being through the logos. Which means you can be great at doing vice. He recognized something about him that he has this kind of phronesis that allows him to do the greatest vice. So he has not abandoned him. In fact, this is the first time he's spoken to him because his daemon hadn't let him beforehand, but his daemon is letting him do it now. Okay? And there's 3 words. Your spirit was too strong for them. Why? Let's see. It could have good hopes. Now I've observed them to generations. Although they're many and high-spirited, they found your spirited too much. They were high-spirited. What's the Greek? They had megalophronesis. The people pursuing him didn't just have phronesis, they had megalophronesis. But they were put off by Alcibiades because he had hyperphronesis. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
What kind of phronesis? Oh, from the chat. If only we could practice the Ulyssean mysteries. The next morning being stripped of fear would be crazy. Right. Right. This is the kind of mysteries that we've been talking about. Only we're doing it through the logos. And we are seeing the significance of having the logos, because if we encounter being without the logos, without the dialectic applied to both our problems, our pathologos that result from our false self, and the logos of the one self, then we might... Whoa, wrong. Over here, these 2. The dialectic applied both to our problems that we purify ourselves from and the logos that we perfect ourselves through, then even if we were to experience something through the Eleusinian mysteries, it could become one of those vices. So, and we talked about what would be the this could actually fill it in here, right? So what would be sound-mindedness without the logos of being? You get a kind of phronesis, but it would be vice, mastered by your pleasures. What would be courage? Motivated by it, be cowardice. What would be the vice of wisdom? Clear sight, caring for yourself, seeing, planning, understanding, directed to your body, directed towards doing vice. What would be maybe this would be justice. You'd be a guru, or you'd have a spiritual experience, and you'd always be talking about your experience of the Eleusinian mysteries, but you would not have been both purified and perfected in the right way. This is the puzzle he's giving us. I don't just want you to pull up the stunt. I need you to do it to solve something. What would be true purification? Because you can have this experience without what's needed, and you could develop vices. What's true purification from your problems? Not just separating from them. The logos of the past self and the current logos of the current self. Right, this is the past self. This is the problem, our injustice. We want logos of the true self. Right. However, the Eleusinian mysteries was this rite of initiation into that direct experience of being through ergot, which is a primitive version of LSD, but for the whole city. But you had to go through training, 6 months of training of the study and the mythology representing the study. So they did this. This is what we need to bring back, really. Right, instead of going to a big festival where you see the Smashing Pumpkins, you go to a big festival where we all take logos and take ergot and experience being while recognizing it through the logos, and hopefully cleared up, purified ourselves from our false logos so that we can understand it, recognize it, go into it with greater depth and so on, and recognize the logos of it to make it a paradigm for our being, which would be true justice, to use it as a paradigm. Of course, this is not the true, but this is the vice. These are the vice versions of the virtues. Vice versions of the virtues. That sounds cool. Right, so it's the greatest kind of party. It's the most meaningful. The hangover the next day would be true courage, true virtue. Wouldn't be a hangover at all. So, what were we saying? We were saying phronesis that we're after motivated Socrates to pursue Alcibiades, because his phronesis was hyperphronesis. So he had the super Saiyan God phronesis that even his lovers, who were themselves Super Saiyans, they had a megalophronesis, megaphronesis. They were put off by his hyperphronesis, hyphy. So interesting. So Alcibiades, who had natural phronesis and bolstered by his standing and his wealth and his connections and so on. Interesting? I think so.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Good question. What would that phronesis look like? Hyperphronesis. I mean, there's a story of in the symposium, he comes barging in all drunk up, or pretending to be drunk at least. The question of whether or not he was drunk, and if he has this great phronesis, maybe he's able to hold his liquor in a better way. Socrates drinks everyone under the table, but doesn't get drunk. There's a question whether or not Alcibiades is acting drunk in the symposium or not. Anyway, that's what we're seeing here, right? We are cleansing ourselves from those virtues that are deprived of phronesis. Those are a shadow. It's a means of purification. Indeed, it seems those who have established our mystic rites were no fools. Here we go. They in truth spoke with a hidden meaning long ago when they said that whoever is uninitiated and unconsecrated, when he comes to the house of Hades, will lie in mud. But the purified and consecrated, when he goes there, will dwell with the gods. Trying to catch a glimpse of it. Oh, interesting. Yes. Yeah, what is phronesis? Well, do you know of anybody who's really good at pursuing one particular vice, one pleasure? Do you know anyone who's really smart and clever and sees clearly and sees accurately, but is using it to look out for himself? Can plan and can see and understand really well, but uses it to not seek wisdom, not seek the truth of reality, truth of being, the truth and self-phronesis, but uses it to pursue honors or riches? No, I don't mean ADHD hyperfocus, no. Although there might be a focus and clarity and thought. It's a good question. The question is what the question we're on. What exactly is phronesis? Because we want self-phronesis. He said it's a more divine virtue. It's one you don't put in, but you have innately. And it's what we trade our virtues for. Specifically, we upgrade wisdom, but then that gives us the true virtues. What were once outlines become the true virtues with phronesis as part of it. Right. Right, yeah. So in the chat, you're recognizing that when you have some sort of hyper focus, you might be free from having to care for the body. You don't have to worry about getting hungry and distracted. That could be part of it. I reckon it's part of it. Right. So there is a bad imitation of the virtues, of course. So that so long as you're not directing towards being, and you're not directed towards the logos and with the logos in the dialectic. But if you have the virtues with those three essential things, focused on being and truth, through the logos with the dialectic, you have the true virtue. You have the virtues, not vices, the actual virtues, but you are doing it to hopefully upgrade them to the true virtues in the presence of self-phronesis. There is an upgrade version of the virtues. There's the virtues you put in through practice and discipline, they get upgraded. And when you think about it, following the logos of Socrates saying, hey, being is the big thing. Self-beauty is in being. Self-truth is in being. The ultimate pleasure is in being. You can follow his reasoning and accept that and follow that without having that. It takes courage. You have to control yourself. It takes temperance. You have to keep learning. That's developing your wisdom. To do it at all times is a discipline, justice. But once you get there and you see it, things might change. Maybe you don't have to put it into yourself. You've already got it. Or you'll naturally desire it. You'll awaken that natural interest and desire. The natural temperance, the natural courage, the natural wisdom, the natural functioning with it at all times because you have it. Maybe that's it. Right, higher level. Absolutely. That's a hypothesis. Take that with us in our hypothesis sec. We're still trying to figure out what it is. So those who established the mystic rites long ago were no fools. They spoke with a hidden meaning long ago when they said that whoever is uninitiated and unconsecrated, right, lies in the mud. But those who have been purified and consecrated, again, the word is perfected. So consecrated, that has like some religious meaning you can recognize. You can recognize some of his, anti-logo or cultural logos in there. religious logos, religious mythology. When he goes there, will dwell with the gods who have been purified and perfected. Indeed, as they say in the rites, many are called, but few are chosen. What is that? That sounds like something from Star Wars. Many are called, but few are chosen. Is that some sort of Marine quote or something? It has a footnote. In the Greek, it means one bearers are many. In mystics are... Actually, let's cut off. 172. Highlander. Is it Highlander? Many are chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. That's, yeah, there can be only one. That's the Highlander. Many are called, few are chosen. I think that's something from somewhere. He must have pulled it from some mythology. The Greek means wand bearers are many, inspired mystics are few. We know that. Staff bearers. It's not wand bearers. Yeah, close enough. We'll give him a pass. He should have put it in there, and he should have put his version in the footnotes, but, you know, we'll send a letter to him. And these few are, in my opinion, no others than those who have loved wisdom in the right way. The Greek practice philosophy in the correct way. Again, wisdom, philosophia. So he's using wisdom for Sophia and wisdom for phronesis. So that's why philosophy is new. Because we have this bad translation. I mean, not bad, but, you know, not up to snuff. One of these I have tried to be in every effort all my life, and I have left nothing undone according to my ability. If I have endeavored in the right way, if we have succeeded at all, we shall know clearly when we get there, very soon, if God will, as I think. There is my defense before you, gentlemen on the bench, Simius and Cebes, Beavis and Butthead, showing that in leaving you and my masters here, I am reasonable in not fretting or being upset, because I believe that I shall find there good masters and good comrades. So if I am more convincing to you in my defense than I was to the Athenian judges, I should be satisfied. Okay, that's the end of the doctrine. Right? We went over it again. And again. And again. We looked at the other translations. We looked at... did we look at the Perseus? We looked at the Rouse. I think we looked at the Perseus. And we looked at the other... We looked at the Alcibiades for some clues on Phronesis. We looked again at the Republic for the Vice version of Wisdom and also Phronesis. Got some more clues about Phronesis. And how did we go? Do we feel more initiated? Do we know more about the initiation? Maybe we have an understanding more about what that initiation might entail? Chad, it seems we're dogs hunting at Phronesis, and Phronesis is right at our feet, but we are barking a lot. Right, we seem to be circling it. Give us another way of going through it again to see what we can see. We're interested in, we've seen a lot, but let's see if we can nail down anything more about this initiation, this riddle. And then we can move on next time to whether or not it worked. What does our knuckleheads, Simius and Cebes, have to say about this? What does Beavers and Butthead have to say? Bill and Ted, whoever, a pair of people speaking for us, probably. Yeah, that'll be next time. But let's finish off on the Loeb translation. This is called self-indulgence. Nevertheless, they conquer pleasures because they are conquered by other pleasures. Now this is about what I said just now. They are self-restrained. Okay, this is a cool way of saying it. A new way. I haven't seen this yet. They are self-restrained by a kind of self-indulgence. That's a really nice way of putting it. Of course, we missed phronesis, so we really need the Balboa to see the mystery, but we have a nice, fun way of seeing it in a new way. They're self-restrained by self-indulgence. That's cool. That's the vice. So it seems. My dear Simius, I suspect that this is not the right way to purchase virtue, by exchanging pleasures for pleasures, and pains for pains, and fears for fear, and greater for less, as if they were coins, but the only right coinage for which all those things must be exchanged, and by means of, and with which all these things are to be bought and sold, is, in fact, phronesis. It says wisdom, but we're going to add phronesis because we want to see the truth. It's interesting. By means of, you use phronesis as the currency, and it's with which you use phronesis. You want to get phronesis. Courage and self-restraint. Self-restraint. So we're looking for, what's a good English term for temperance? Self-restraint could be one. I said cool-headedness, even-temperedness. Self-restraint's a good one. Of course, it's not restraint when you have it. When you have self-phronesis, it's no longer just, you don't have to restrain yourself to seek the best thing once you've seen the best thing. Is in fact phronesis. Courage, self-restraint, and just notice, those who don't translate phronesis as phronesis have to leave out wisdom from the next part of the text, because courage, self-restraint, and justice and wisdom goes there. So they have to do a bit of editing of the text. What's it called to leave out what's there? Interpretation. Okay. What are we trying to do? See what's there, which means reading what's there without interpretation. Courage, self-restraint, and justice and wisdom. And in short, true virtue exists only with phronesis, where the pleasures and fears and other things of that sort are added or taken away. And virtue, which consists in the exchange of such things for each other without phronesis, is a painted imitation of virtue, and is really slavish. And has nothing healthy or true in it. See, healthy and true again. But truth is, in fact, a purification from all these things, and self-restraint, and justice, and courage, and self-phronesis itself are a kind of purification. And I fancy that those men who established the mysteries were not unenlightened. Interesting. But in reality had a hidden meaning when they said long ago that whoever goes uninitiated and unsanctified to the other world will lie in the mire. But he who arrives there initiated and purified will dwell with the gods. For as they say in the mysteries, the staff bearers are many, but the mystics few. Hey, better than Rouse. Many are called, but few are chosen. What was it? What was it? Many are called, few are chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. Yeah, this is better. The staff bearers are many, but the mystics few. And these mystics are, I believe, those who have been true philosophers. And I in my life have, so far as I could, left nothing undone, and have striven in every way to make myself one of them. But whether I have striven aright and have met with success, I believe I shall know clearly when I have arrived there very soon, if it is God's will. This then, Simius and Zebes, is the defense I offer to show that it is reasonable for me not to be grieved or troubled at leaving you and the rulers I have here, because I believe that there, no less than here, I shall find good rulers and friends. If now I am more successful in convincing you by my defense than I was in convincing my Athenian judges, it is well. Interesting. So the true philosophy is Phronesis philosophy. What does he say we are to get into the game? Lovers of learning. What does that become? Well, apparently, we start as lovers of learning. Where's our triad that he gave us? The opposite of the soggy tomato triad. Soggy tomato triad. Lover of the body, soggy tomatoes, philosometos. Lover of honors is the next one, philotimos. Lover of Tim's, moss. Lover of riches, philokrimatos, cremated tomatoes. Phronesis is very, very what? Lots of oing. There's lots of oing. Lots of doing. So, what's the opposite of those three? Lover of learning. Okay, what's the order? I think it's lover of learning and then lover of, let's move philosophy over here so we can move so we can move Phronesis over here. Philophronesis. And philosophy. Oops. If wisdom upgrades to Phronesis, we can say Phronesis is at the top. All the way through, he's been saying what does philosophers want? Truth and Phronesis. Therefore, our question that we've been carrying with us for a few weeks, a few sessions, is what order do we put these in? What's the triad? What's the highest term? What's the middle term? And what's the first term? What's the action? Learning. I'm going to move this too. What's the goal? Phronesis. What's the power? What's the mean term? What are we seeking? Well, that's the virtue of wisdom. Why do we say that's the mean term? Let's go back to our triad of doing verb. Phronesis is a doing verb. When talking from the chat, talking philosophy, half the time it seems we're talking about Phronesis. Yes. Half the time it seems we're talking about Phronesis instead. Half the time he's talking about this truth thing. Half the time he's talking about Phronesis thing. So we're lover of Phronesis. It's like an AoE effect without a limit area. Absolutely. It affects the vices, makes you work best at doing the vices. It's terriblest for you, but it can also affect the virtues. In fact, that's what true virtue is. So why do we say wisdom is the power, is our triad, being power activity? Obviously, learning is the lowest, and it's the activity. Why is philosophy the power? Well, what are we learning? We learnt that each of the virtues, we learn that the virtues are all guided by wisdom. Why? Sound-mindedness has to be desiring wisdom. Otherwise, you master all the other desires to be mastered by a single desire and get really good at vice. So we have to desire wisdom. Or rather, in the Republic, it's not desiring wisdom, it's what wisdom declares should be desired, which is the logos. What the lawgivers or the logos decry. So, sound-mindedness is either desiring the logos, or you're going to get really good at vice and awaken a phronesis directed to vice. Courage. You seek death because the logos says so. Otherwise, you're a coward. And you're doing it out of fear or necessity. Wisdom seeks the logos. So all of these things seek the logos. You desire the logos. Logos is the virtue of wisdom. The logos is directed to being, we are seeing now. Hey, this logos thing all the way along. The logos applied to what? All of the beings, all of the self-beings. That's truth. Being equals truth. All of the things we've been doing our dialectic on, what's the logos? Logos is, what's the power of the logos? The dialectic. So if everything is been seeking the logos, the activity is the dialectic. What's the dialectic on? Being. Beauty itself, justice itself, greatness itself, magnitude itself. They're all being. So logos directed to being. So philosophy is the love of wisdom. Wisdom is the logos or the dialectic applied to being. Hey, doing that all the time is justice. How do you relate to your friends? Talk with them. But how do you talk with them? Ask them questions to help them learn and grow. Well, that seems complicated. No, just follow the logos. But what? You just follow, that doesn't mean anything, follow the logos. How does following the logos help me act in a way like that that's beneficial to my friends through asking questions? Well, the structure of the logos is the dialectic. Just follow that. Easy. Oh, really? That's going to take some practice. Yeah, that's the virtues. You put it in through habits and practice. Keep practice doing the dialectic. In everything you do, that's justice. Learning it is wisdom. Holding on to it is courage. Desiring it is sound-mindedness. But it's all the dialectic applied to being. Until you get there and you get self-phronesis. It's no longer wisdom or a logos through understanding directed to being. You have it in being. And provided you've developed the wisdom, so wisdom as a virtue is the logos, which is the excellence of reasoning. Holding on to it is the excellence of honor. Desiring it is the excellence of even-temperedness. Right? Keeping your cool, holding on to what's rational, be reasonable. Right? If you wouldn't be courageous. Right, be careful what you wish for. Right, without wisdom you could harm a person without realizing it because you don't have the logos. This is very important. In fact, it's important to get this first, because if you don't know the good, how do you know you're helping people? But if you practice justice, doing the dialectic, you can get better together. We're adventurous together. I hit the wrong button. I meant to do this.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
Right. You put it into yourself through habitually practicing as much as you can the dialectic, which is desiring the logos and dialectic. This. Otherwise, you're going to be mastered by another desire. Hey, master, you're not eating all the chocolates, not eating all the cakes, not doing all the gambling, not drinking all the booze, so that you can seek something else. That's going to make you really good at that other thing, really good at vice. But if you're desiring the logos and the dialectic, that's true virtue. That's virtue, not vice. Holding on to the dialectic and the logos at all times, courage. Learning it, wisdom. practicing it and doing it, everything in public and private life, that's justice. So we've gone from learning, philomathesis, the love of learning, has led us to the love of wisdom. Now we love wisdom. All these other virtues are just to do with wisdom. So we got from learning to wisdom. But then we realize that, hey, wisdom, logos, understanding, trust, repetition, a belief through repetition and practice and habitual use of the logos and dialectic becomes our understanding. But that's purifying us as much as we can in hopes for the direct experience in which we can graduate from that motivating all the other virtues to this motivating all the other virtues, right? This is the currency for which we exchange the virtues with the virtues. All the other virtues are a shadow without phronesis. This is with a preparation for this, which is what? Once you have it, you can direct your true phronesis to self-phronesis, not body phronesis, not vice phronesis, not cowardly phronesis, not body riches, body or fame focused phronesis, not fake guru, but self-phronesis. Self-phronesis courage, self-phronesis temperance, self-phronesis justice. Goodness, a good, the good, good. So phronesis sounds like a powerful fuel. Right. It can, yes. In fact, that's why Socrates is laughter. That's why we looked at Alcibiades as a powerful fuel, fueling Alcibiades. That he could be a great man, a great philosopher, or a great tyrant, which I think he did become. Because he didn't listen to Socrates. Boo. No, God. Don't clap that. No. He didn't listen to Socrates and became a great tyrant. Yes. But he said, I was looking out for you because you had such phronesis as a fuel that even the mega phronesis people who were suiting you were put off because of your hyperphronesis or, supraphronesis. Yeah, not hyper. I mean, I think it's hyper, but I think I looked it up. I looked it up before and it was like supraphronesis, like Super Saiyan. Both work. Hyperphronesis, supraphronesis. Yeah, I looked up hyphra and it meant super. Yeah, okay. Bit of an aside. Look it up yourself. Right, so this is what we graduate into. Self-phronesis. Right, like bleach. Spiritual pressure. Right. Absolutely. But we want to contain that and direct it to self-phronesis. Phronesis of the self. This logos directed to being can become a direct seeing of being, and that's the initiation. So we're after two things. We're after truth. So it sounds like when we pull this stunt off that we're talking about, we access truth or experience pure being. And if we do that through the logos and through the development of these virtues, it won't just fuel our vices, but it can fuel self-phronesis. Okay? That might be the significance, because all the way he's been saying, we're after truth. And you say, hey, by the way, truth is being. Hey, beauty itself, justice itself, self-justice, self-beauty, self-goodness. All of them, in a word, are self-ousia. They all apply to being. Whatever you want to say is the self thing. That's truth. So if we're after truth and we're lovers of phronesis, if those are our two goals, then all of these virtues, guided by wisdom, is the logos applied to true being. That's the dialectic. All of the subjects of our dialectic are subjects of those things that are in being. That's what we're after, but this is what we get. That's the initiation. To have your focus, your attention, your clear seeing, your caring, your planning, your understanding understanding of all in one of the texts, directed towards self-being. Your clear seeing and understanding and planning and caring directed to being that you can directly see as yourself. You recognize it as yourself. To see the self in being, in the truth. Right? That's going to require two things. Primarily, three things primarily. To recognize it as yourself. Right? The vice versions of the virtues lack understanding, logos directed towards being or truth. But if you are to recognize it as yourself and keep your focus on yourself of being, you have to do a few things. You have to, first of all, be able to have developed the dialectic on the logos and dialectic on the truth and self ideas, so you can recognize it as yourself and understand it as yourself. But also, with the logos and dialectic on being, you can recognize it as the paradigm, because you not only experience it, but you understand it. That's the significance of dianoia, or understanding, as a paradigm. If you recognize it as the paradigm logos of all, so logos and being together, that's the paradigm of all. That's the highest aspect of the logos. That's the logos in being. So you can keep your self-focused attention, single-minded focused attention. Hey, not single-minded focused attention or phronesis on vice, or single-minded focused attention on fear, or single-minded focused attention on developing honor and riches. That's all the vices. Single-minded focused attention on the logos of being. You can use it as a paradigm in each thing you do. That's true justice. Everything you do. To guide your dialectic is wisdom. Because you recognize it as the truth, as the model against which all of your dialectic questions are being related to. Hey, you're going to ask, dialectic involves questions and answers, not just asking the good questions, but judging the answers. Which means you need some sort of model or paradigm for dialectic. That's the virtue, or the true virtue of wisdom. To use it as a paradigm in everything you do, public and private, is justice. To hold on to that paradigm, everything you do, ups and downs, even births and deaths, even sleep and awake, even desires and fears, that's courage. To desire it and not desire any of the other pleasures, this as the greatest pleasure and the paradigm of pleasure, because it's the paradigm of the good, the paradigm of justice, the paradigm of beauty, all the things that normally bring pleasure, that's true temperance. You don't have to put it in through habit and discipline, because you can see it's the best thing. You naturally fall in love. There's a quote in Plato somewhere else where he says, it's a good thing that you can't see it with your eyes. Because if you could see it with your eyes, then it would awaken such an intense, terrible love that you would not be able to do anything else. That's why it's good you can't see the beauty of being with your eyes, the beauty of the paradigm with your eyes. But you can see it with the ousia, the eye of the soul. The soul, the whole soul has to be turned around from it. You can't see it with your eyes, or hear it, or smell it. Turn all the soul around. It can only be seen with the soul itself, the whole of the soul itself. Directed to being, which means separating from becoming. But becoming is so pretty and tasty and attractive and sexy. How do we do that? That's the virtues. Mastering, getting rid of eating all the cakes or drinking all the beers so you can sleep with all the women's. That's still a desire of the physical world. Hey, beauty itself is in being. It's 1,000,000 times better than even the most beautiful chickies or men or blokies, whatever your inclination. Right? But that's just an understanding or a belief first, repeated, and then becomes understanding through the dialectic. That's the habit and the discipline. Same too with courage. Hey, it feels like Everything real is my physical life. Therefore, the biggest loss would be death. That feels true. The same eye that sees number, right? Or maybe that is the lower part, the eye that sees number. In our physical world, there's a higher part of it that can see being itself. Dialectic is, yes, you could say dialectic is kind of a phronesis leading to phronesis. It's the energy, it's the activity that awakens, dialectic is the activity that prepares us, makes us most like. But there's a dialectic that we can take into being. That's Parmenides' dialectic. In the Republic, he talks about the dialectic as a ladder to cross a wall of a castle that you're invading. You need the ladder to climb up, but you also need to take the ladder to go over to the other side. Use the dialectic as a way, Zeno's dialectic on being, to reach being, and then we graduate to phronesis, and then we can develop the true virtues. But we have to take the dialectic on the other side, because even being, we have to permit all of the ideas of being to be of the self. We got that right at the start with Parmenides. There's a quote. Permit the ideas of real beings to be. Gets you started. Keep your mind fixed on your objections, your counterattacks, your pathologos that come up. Define each particular idea of both the self-ideas and the cause of your counterattacks. That's where you turn your understanding, dianoia. Allow each but also allow each idea of the real beings to always be of the self. That's the power of dialectics. Question about in the chat is the way that we see pure number the same part of the idea, the eye of the soul that sees pure being? That's a good question. I don't know. Find out. Take that question with you. Take that question with you into being. That's a good question to take with you. It's a joke. Hey, how would that work on agoraphobia? Because Socrates loved the agora. There you go. Agoraphobia, fear of the outdoors, but also the agora is where Socrates met to discuss these sorts of things. So it's a funny joke. Let's give him a clap. Very funny. Right, so this is the upgrading that we're talking about, from the virtues through discipline, through trust, through understanding, through practice, through meeting at the gateway of the prison where Socrates is every morning to discuss Socrates and discuss the self and the self-logos, yourself and with your friends. Right. So there might be some fear of the unknown, because we fear losing our body, we fear the unknown, but courage is holding on to what the logo says in spite of that. But then Socrates is pointing, hey, that can only take you so far, because there's still... Actually, no, it's not cowardice, because you're not doing it because you fear anything worse. It's not cowardice, but it's not true virtue until it has phronesis. Until you've upgraded the logos to being, to truth itself, the direct apprehension, the noesis of being. Then you've taken a ladder to the top, and then you can develop the true virtues. That's also the symposium. The symposium has a different kind of a path. It's the same as a dialectic path, but it is more specific. Starting with beauty, it's a beauty-specific yoga. Seeing the beauty in one body, and then many bodies, and then the beauty of all bodies, and then beauty of the soul, and then beauty of learning. So it's a dialectic. It follows the same dialectic structure, the four-part dialectic structure. But it says once you can reach the top, you have to give birth to true virtue. Very good. Go to the agora. Practice going to, if you got agoraphobia, go to the agora, because it's a way of practicing your logos. Hey, but make sure you select who you're talking to with discernment, because the many are ignorant that this is the way through which we find truth. It's from Zeno, from the Parmenides. The many are ignorant that without this discursive progression through all beings, dialectic, it happens to be impossible for the intellect to hold on to the truth. Okay, we want the truth. We also want the phronesis that comes from the truth. So, the upgrade is from wisdom of the logos, which starts with trust and through understanding, and also through noesis. But there is even a transition from logos and nous to self-phronesis. That's what we're after. That's the true love that you only get out of your body. That's as far as you can get, which means there needs to be not only an experience of being, not only a logos of being, but a recognition of self in being. Recognizing that this being is the paradigm of all, but is also a emanation of the self. That is true virtue. Which means we have to have done the work on removing our false identification with the self, so that when we encounter this, we recognize, oh, that's me. Which means you can't be this guy over here with all its problems. Also, you have to develop the logos of the self so that you can recognize it not only as yourself, but also the paradigm, the map. The map of the world. But also you can't stay there, because that's still not the self. You have to keep in mind that this is the experience of the self and the paradigm of reality and the self, which means it's a reflection from a higher dimension of the one self, which is the cause of even that. So this dialectic is the model as the unfolding, but also is the model of the reversion, which is a reversion upon causes, meaning you take the logos with you, but you don't want to get stuck here. This is the greatest tragedy, to experience ultimate reality and think that it's yourself. Oh no, I experienced complete bliss and the highest experience. Oh dear. What's the oh dear? If you don't also have the dialectic with you, so you can use it not only a ladder to reach this, but a ladder up, which means this is not the end, which means this experience allows you the fuel to develop the true virtues. The true virtues means you got somewhere to go. That's why at the end of the symposium, when you reach beauty itself, it's not the end, it's the start. It's the birth. It's your true birthday. You got one birthday, it's this one. Everything up until that, as in the Republic, is said to be growing pains. No, birthing pains, the pains of going through the birthing canal. This is your birth. This is where you get self-phronesis. So long as you use the ladder of the logos, you can recognize it as yourself and the paradigm, meaning you can use it for wisdom, because when you do the dialectic, which is the logos in effect, the power of the logos, yes, it'll take over the world and be a tyrant. No, don't take over the world and to be a tyrant. That's exactly what you shouldn't do. Oh, you tricked me. Is the birth of the self conceived. Well, in order to hold on to it as the model for everything you do, you have to recognize the paradigm in it, which requires the logos to understand it. You have to also recognize it as yourself, which means you have to apply it to your problems, the counterattacks that Parmenides said you have to keep in mind of. So you have to get rid of your false idea of self, any inadequate, anything of the self-triad that you don't have. Hey, someone says that you can't think, you're stupid, your self-logos is bad, your nature, you don't know the truth, or you can't know God, you're less than God, or anything that says that your one self is innately inadequate, that has to go. And any variation, your particular variation of it. I think there are 32 general variations of the pathologos of the self, but you'll have particular ones to you, which is one of your questions, your natural questions. You've got two versions. And of course, the middle one is mythology. Because the dialectic can apply to the truth, can apply to your false self, and purifying yourself, perfecting yourself through the triad of the one self, true self, but also you can represent the dialectic in mythology. And that's Socrates is encouraging us to do that too. 32 flavors of self. Tasty. No, they're the pathologos. You don't want those. 32 smudges of ice cream on your face you have to take off with a napkin before you meet the girl of your dreams. You want to get rid of this. This is the girl of your dreams, the beauty of your dreams. Okay? But in the as we saw here, as you can see in the symposium, this is the start. In the Republic, he says that's your birthday. Yeah. So if you're a relativist, you'd say, hey, let's do all the bad things because you can't really appreciate the good things without the bad things. Or it's the opposite. You have to purify yourself from the bad things because the good thing isn't good relative to something, it's good in and of itself. That's called relativism. So you can say, well, I need to go around being a disgusting tyrant because that way that people will appreciate the times I'm not a disgusting tyrant. Yeah, that's why at every restaurant you go to, before they serve you your meal, they give you some poison to eat, because how will you appreciate a good meal unless you've appreciated the worst meal? Okay, that's the kind of relativism that's used to justify evil. Good versus evil. It's one of the ways of thinking. But we want to there's a different way of understanding it that's not based in relativism. That's the second hypothesis. Of course, the first hypothesis employs the logos and the dialectic in a different way than the second, allowing you to reach the ultimate self, which is even the cause of that. Okay? That's why in the Republic, at the end of Book 6, we talk about it as a ladder to reach the wall, and then you take it to climb over the wall. That's why in the Symposium it says, hey, this ladder of beauty to reach beauty itself, which is this guy, is the beginning of developing true virtue. From there, you have to give birth to something. Now, in the Republic, it says it's your birth, by the way. It says you got to give birth to and raise virtue, which fits in with what he's saying here. He's saying, hey, the true virtues only come with self-renasis, which only comes from here, which is an upgrade of wisdom. So it all fits together. The Symposium, the Republic saying, hey, this is your true birthday. Symposium, this is how you, everything up until then has just been the pains of birthing yourself. And the Phaedo saying this is how you get true virtue, which means you got something more to go, which implies a movement from the realm of being to its cause, which we recognize as the one self and the Parmenides' first hypothesis. But of course, this is a ladder you can only take out of body, as separated from the body as is possible while you're alive. That's the doctrine. What do you think? This fits with the idea of get heavy to heaven through violence. I don't see. There's no violence in this. This is the opposite. Violence serves a purpose in that it will let you know that you have ignorance. Why? Because we did a dialectic on what follows if this doctrine is true and what follows if it doesn't. And he said specifically, if philosophy doesn't exist in this way, opinions many opinions, ignorance, anti-philosophy, keeps us distracted from our true goals, true philosophy, fills us with passions, fills us with desires, foolishness, illusions, fears. This is how, so the first thing is self itself, defining philosophy that doesn't exist, modern philosophy. All right. So the idea is, the idea that you can get to heaven through violence is not really heaven, it's fake. Right. And we can see that in this dialectic. The philosophy that's just based on opinions is not philosophy. Why? Because that's SAB. SAA is the dialectic side A, if it does exist. Eternal knowledge, truth. How that's what it is itself. How does it function? So it's going down the causal chain. Through logos, through inspiration, it guides us, it gives us providence. Okay, this is just a rough notes. I encourage you to start your own document and do your own. And then I encourage you, once you got enough of it, to make a little cartoon or painting or song, mythologize it. Okay, so causal chain, self itself, self to another, and then how does that other affect others? How do we relate to each other if philosophy exists? We believe this doctrine and we repeat it. We've repeated it several times in many different translations, so big ups to us. And we get 2 thumbs up. We're on the right track. Oh, we spend a lot of time repeating it. How much time in your life have you spent repeating the other doctrines? It's good that we're taking a lot of time. Good that we're repeating this doctrine. We're doing what we're told. The more we say it, the more we're putting it into our soul. And we're practicing it, making us closer and closer to Usia. We're repeating one idea. We're unifying our soul. Just like the virtues. Okay, how do we relate others to others? Okay, also on the other side, others to others if philosophy doesn't exist, if we're filled with our passions, desires, foolishness, and illusions, war, civil discord, battles, violence, debate instead of dialectic, mean instead of helpful, harming instead of supporting, hurting instead of benefiting, corrupting instead of supporting. Right? And on the good side, we have repeat the doctrine, verify. Okay, so we repeat the doctrine, we test it, we verify it through our own dianoia and our nous. We develop our understanding and our knowing. We engage in the dialectic in a friendly way. We support each other. We benefit each other. So this is the development of true virtues. But even in the virtue practice, we're becoming more empathetic, more caring, more good. This is what the world needs now. Hey, all you need is love. No, all you need is dialectic. Because love without understanding is blind. And you could love doing this. All you need is love of the body, love of riches, love of honor. No, it's all you'd want to purify yourself from. All you need is love of learning, and love of the logos, and love of philosophy, and love of dialectic, and ultimately love of phronesis. And then finally, the oneself, which might be beyond love because love is a desire. If it's yours, then why would you love it? You just have it. Okay? So finally, having been affected in this positive way, how do we relate back to philosophy? We love philosophy. We're inspired by philosophy. We practice it. And we practice death. And we practice the dialectic. Understanding, dianoia, purification, and death. These are notes from the text that we use to create our own dialectic on if philosophy exists and if it doesn't. And on the negative side, if philosophy doesn't exist, how do we relate back to philosophy? We have an outline of a shadow of the virtues that possess neither soundness, and we saw that the Greek actual word is truth. Health. We saw that in the dictionary and in the 2 translations. Health. Neither soundness nor truth. And also vice, phronesis, which is scary. So there's a little recap of a dialectic that we did from the text. And reminding us of what we're doing, applying what we're doing, verifying for ourselves that we should repeat what we're doing, and we've repeated several times. So yeah, we're repeating ourselves, but good repeating ourselves. It's important to. And we'll continue to as we go, probably. And for our whole life, probably. And on to the next, probably. It's fun, isn't it fun? I think it's fun.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, making it way more clear. I'm glad. So, I hope we have done enough of an explanation to birth questions, birth hypotheses. Of course, we carry it with us until we're verified in our own experience, because this is the training and it's the initiation. Becoming most like that which we're initiating ourselves into. Why? Well, it's not the law and it's not proper that the impure become like the pure. Like becomes like. So we are becoming more like phronesis, more like ousia, more like the truth by doing this. Lots of fun. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Clap, clap, clap. Next time, we'll go and see whether or not it worked. Did Socrates convince our knuckleheads, Simbius and Cebes, better than he was able to convince the Athenian jury? Thanks for joining me. Thanks for your questions. And I'll see you next time. And we'll see if Simbius and Cebes were persuaded. And yeah, again, share your thoughts and your... Cool. Check it out. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time.